Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the September 11th sunrise unfurling of the national colors. I'm Dan Robinson, and I have the distinct honor of being today's Master of Ceremonies. Please stand by for the arrival of the official party. On behalf of the Director for the Pentagon Force Protection Agency, Mr. Chris Bargery, and the Deputy Director for Washington Headquarters Services, Mr. Robert Salaces, we would like to acknowledge our senior leadership and our official party. The Deputy Secretary of Defense, the Honorable Kathleen Hicks, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Mark Milley and Mrs. Milley, Acting Undersecretary of Defense for Personnel and Readiness, the Honorable Ashish Vazirani, the Undersecretary of Defense for Intelligence and Security, the Honorable Ronald Moutry, the Vice Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Admiral Christopher Grady and Mrs. Grady, the Deputy Undersecretary of Defense for Intelligence and Security, the Honorable Kamala Harris, the Acting Deputy Director for Administration and Management, Mr. Shajil Ahmed, and our many other distinguished guests who are with us here today. Thank you all for being here. We'd like to thank Pentagon Family Life Chaplain Major Mark McCorkle, National Anthem singer Pentagon Police Sergeant Anthony Brecht, and our piper, Special Agent Michael McLean of the City of Alexandria Pipes and Drums, who was here on September 11, 2001, supporting the evidence collection efforts and playing his bagpipes during breaks. On the morning of September 11th, 22 years ago, members of the Pentagon Defense Protective Service, the Pentagon Building Management Office, and the heating and refrigeration plant responded within moments of the strike. Decorated for their actions that day with the Secretary of Defense's highest medal for bravery, the Medal for Valor, some of them are here today. Mr. Timothy Breeden, Mr. David Brown, Mr. Robert Candido, Mr. Abraham Diaz, Mr. Michael Gargano, Mr. Fred Hodges, and Mr. Donald Cooney. These heroes of 9/11 were joined by the brave men and women of the 43 first responder agencies, some of whom are represented here today. Arlington County Fire and EMS Chief David Pavlitz, DC Fire and EMS Assistant Chiefs Michael Knight and Gary Steen, Fairfax County Police Department Chief Kevin Davis, Joint Base Fort Myer, Henderson Hall Fire Department Fire Chief Russell Miller, the 911th Technical Rescue Engineer Company Captain Todd Lowell, Metropolitan Washington Airport Authority Fire and Rescue Department Assistant Chief Ronald Dowdy, Montgomery County Fire and Rescue Interim Fire Chief John Kinsley, Pentagon Police Chief Woodrow Kusei. Prince George County Fire Emergency Management Services Deputy Chief Tony Hughes. U.S. Army 12th Aviation Battalion Command Sergeant Major Alex Collins. U.S. Park Police Deputy Chiefs Scott Brecht and Jeffrey Schneider. Virginia State Police First Sergeant Robert Alessi. City of Virginia Beach Fire Chief Kenneth Pravitz. These are the heroes of September 11th, 2001. Thank you for all your service in 2001 and for being here today. Ladies and gentlemen, please join Pentagon Family Life Chaplain Major Mark McCorkle for the invocation.
Let's pray. Almighty God, today we acknowledge you as the creator and sustainer of the world. We humbly come before you with gratitude and honor, and allowing all of us to be here, representing the freedom of the United States of America. The price of freedom cost many lives that served on this hollow ground. It is with that love for country we also stand today with family and friends who have lost one of our own. Let this place and this day be a reminder of the resolute and resolve we all have to honor our highest, who gave their lives 22 years ago for the finest country in the world, the United States of America. In your holy name we pray, amen.
Thank you, Chaplain McCorkle. Today's colors will be unfurled by members of the Washington Headquartered Services Pentagon Building Management Office. The unfurling will be led by Mr. David Brown from the Pentagon Building Management Office and Medal of Valor recipient. We invite all to join Pentagon Police Sergeant Anthony Brecht in the singing of the national anthem as the colors are unfurled.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Thank you all for attending today's event. Please remain in place for the departure of the official party.
Marie Rose Abad, Andrew Anthony Abate, Vincent Paul Abate, Lawrence Christopher Abel, Abraham, William F. Abrahamson, Richard Anthony Achetto, Heinrich Bernard Ackerman, Paul Aqua Viva, Christian Adams, Donald Leroy Adams, Patrick Adams, Shannon Adams, Steve George Adams, Ignatius Udu Adanga, Christy A. Adamo, Terrence Edward Adderley Jr., Sophia B. Otto, Lee Adler, Daniel Thomas Afalito, Emmanuel Fazi Afakwa, Alok Agarwal, Nupur Kumar Agarwala, Joseph Agnello, David Scott Agnes, Joel Alberto da Fonseca Aguilar Jr., Brian G. Ahern, Joseph Amen, Joanne Marie Ariadoras, Sabine Amen, Terrence Andre Aiken, Darwin O. Ajala, Trudy M. Alajera, Andrew Alamino, Margaret M. Alaria, Gary M. Abel, John Leslie Abbott, Peter Craig Albany, and my sister Jody Tepedino Nicola. Tower 105th floor, Cannon Fitzgerald. We miss you, Jody. We love you. Your light still shines as bright as it ever did. Rest in peace. And my grandfather, Raymond Matthew Downey Sr., who tragically lost his life on that day with the many others. Poppy, your hard work, dedication, and perseverance for the FDNY will never be unnoticed. Your legacy will live on forever. Your beautiful wife, Rosalie, 5 kids, 16 grandchildren, and one great-grandchild all wish you were here today, but we know you are looking down on us. We miss you, we love you, and until we meet again, our hero forever.
Jacqueline Delane Aldridge Frederick,
David D. Alger,
Ernest Alakakos,
Edward L. Allegretto,
Eric Allen,
Joseph Ryan Allen,
Richard Dennis Allen,
Richard L. Allen,
Christopher E. Allingham,
Anna S. W. Allison,
Janet Marie Alonzo,
Anthony Alvarado,
Antonio Javier Alvarez,
Victoria Alvarez Brito,
Telmo E. Alvier,
Cesar Amaranto Alviar,
Tariq Amanullah,
Angelo Amaranto,
James M. Amato,
Joseph Amatuccio,
Paul W. Ambrose,
Christopher Charles Amoroso,
Craig Scott Amunson,
Kazuhiro Anai,
Kalisto Anaya Jr.,
Joseph P. Anchandia,
Kermit Charles Anderson,
Yvette Constance Anderson,
John Jack Andracchio,
Michael Rourke Andrews,
Jean Ann Andrucki,
Su Nia Ang,
Joseph Angelini Sr.,
Joseph John Angelini Jr.,
David Lawrence Angel,
Mary Lynn Edwards Angel,
Laura Angeletta,
Doreen J. Angrasani,
Lorraine Antigua,
Sema David Aoyama,
and my father, firefighter Jonathan Lee Ielpi. Our family misses you every day, and we miss you very much. May you rest in peace.
and for my uncle, firefighter Jimmy Richards, Tomorrow would have been your 52nd birthday, and even though I never got to meet you, I will never forget you. My sisters, cousins, and I are so proud of you. We love you forever. Happy birthday, Uncle Jimmy. God bless America.
Peter Paul Apollo,
Faustino Apostle Jr.,
Frank Thomas Aquilino,
Patrick Michael Araños,
David Gregory Arche,
Michael George Archinsky,
Louis Arena,
Barbara Jean Aristegui,
Adam P. Arias,
Michael J. Armstrong,
Jack Charles Aaron,
Joshua Todd Aaron,
Richard Avery Arano,
Myra Joy Aronson,
Japhet Jesse Arye,
Carl Francis Asaro,
Michael A. Asiak,
Michael Edward Asher,
Janice Marie Ashley,
Thomas J. Ashton,
Manuel O. Asidembe,
Greg A. Atlas,
Gerald Thomas Atwood,
James Audifred,
Louis F. Aversano, Jr.,
Ezra Aviles,
Sandy Ayala,
Arlene T. Babakitas,
Eustace R. Bacchus,
John J. Badagliaka,
Jane Ellen Basler,
Robert J. Bearwalter,
Andrew J. Bailey,
Brett T. Bailey,
Garnet Ace Bailey,
Tatiana Bakalinskaya,
Michael S. Baksh,
Sharon M. Balcom,
Michael Andrew Bain,
Catherine Bantis,
and my father, John Leslie Albert. He was a great man, filled the room with his presence, missed by those who knew him. One other thing I want to say, the median age of all the names I read was 37. These were people in the prime of their lives. They had a lot to live for. They simply went to work one day and never returned. May we always remember them.
and my Father, Andrew Stern, you are remembered, missed, and loved so very much every day.
Firefighter Gerard Baptiste.
Walter Barron.
Firefighter Gerard A. Barbera.
Paul Vincent Barbaro.
American Airlines Flight to Christine Jonah Barbudo.
Victor Daniel Barbosa.
David Michael Barkway.
Colleen Ann Barco.
At the Pentagon, United States Navy P.O. Melissa Rose Barnes.
Matthew Barnes.
Evan J. Barron.
Sheila Patricia Barnes.
Firefighter Arthur Thaddeus Berry.
Renee Barrett Arjun.
Police Officer Maurice Vincent Berry.
Diane G. Berry.
Carlton W. Bartels.
Scott D. Bart.
Anna B. Bessina.
Guy Barsby.
Kenneth William Biznicki.
Alicia Christine Burton Basmajian.
Paul James Batalanga.
Stephen Joseph Bates.
Ivan Louis Carpio Batusta.
W. David Bauer.
Mark Lawrence Bavis.
Marlon Capito Batista.
Lorraine G. Bay.
Jasper Baxter.
Todd M. Beamer.
Michelle Beal,
Jane S. Beatty,
Paul Frederick Bettini,
Lawrence Ira Beck,
Alan Anthony Beaven,
and my grandfather, firefighter Alan Tarasarich. As I'm growing up, I'm hearing so many stories. My brothers and I feel like we get to know you, but still, I wish I had a chance to really know you. Everyone in the family misses you. We will never forget, and we love you.
Alan Anthony Beaven, Manette Marie Beckles, Michael Ernest Beekman, and my uncle, Ian Schneider. We love you so much. Yo, dude.
Maria A. Bear,
Max J. Bilkey,
Elena Belovsky,
Nina Patrice Bell,
Debbie S. Bellows,
Stephen Elliott Belson,
Paul M. Benedetti,
Denise Lenore Benedetto,
Brian Craig Bennett,
Eric L. Bennett,
Oliver Bennett,
Margaret L. Benson,
Dominic Berardi,
James Patrick Berger,
Stephen Howard Berger,
John P. Bergen,
Alvin Bergson,
Daniel David Bergstein,
Graham Andrew Berkeley,
Michael J. Berkeley,
Donna M. Bernards,
David W. Bernard,
William H. Bernstein,
David M. Beret,
David Shelby Berry,
Joseph John Berry,
William Reed Bethke,
Yanene Bitru,
Timothy D. Betterly,
Carol Mayer Bug,
Edward Frank B.A.,
Paul Michael Bear,
Anil Taliram Baravane,
Bella J. Buchan,
Shimmy D. Biegelson,
Peter Alexander Beifeld,
William G. Biggert,
Brian Eugene Bilcher,
Mark Bingham,
Carl Vincent Binney,
and my nephew, firefighter Michael Roberts, who was joined by his mom in spirit 2 days ago last year on September 9th. And Michael, I stood there that night and I saw the wreckage and knew I'd never see you alive again. And something came to me, this voice, I could hear him saying, "Uncle Joe, that's awesome, Uncle Joe, that's awesome." And I thought how much he loved me. And I asked why. And the answer came that I have to live the life and be the man that he loves so much. And that's what our loved ones leave us with. God bless.
and my uncle, Edward James White III. Uncle Teddy, which each year that goes by, we love and miss you more and more. We are so proud of you, and you are truly an American hero.
Gary Eugene Bird,
Joshua David Birnbaum,
George John Bishop,
Chris Romeo Bishundat,
Jeffrey Donald Bittner,
Albert Balewa Blackman Jr.,
Christopher Joseph Blackwell,
Carrie Rosetta Blackburn,
Susan Leigh Blair,
Harry Blanding Jr.,
Janice Lee Lanny,
Craig Michael Blass,
Rita Blau,
Richard Middleton Blood Jr.,
Michael Andrew Bacardi,
John Paul Bocci,
Michael L. Bocchino,
Susan M. Bocchino,
Dira Francis Bodley,
Bruce Douglas Bohm,
Mary Catherine Murphy Boa,
Nicholas Andrew Bogdan.
Darren Christopher Bohan.
Lawrence Francis Balso.
Vincent M. Boland Jr.
Tori Hamzavi Bolorchi.
Alan Bondarenko.
Andre Bonhauer Jr.
Colin Arthur Bonnet.
Frank J. Bonomo.
Yvonne Lucia Bonomo.
Sean Booker Sr.
Kelly Ann Booms.
Canfield D. Boone.
Mary Jane Booth.
Sherry Ann Bordeaux.
Christine Bordoname.
Jerry J. Borg.
Martin Michael Borzewski.
Richard Edward Bosco.
And my uncle, firefighter Christopher Michael Mazzillo. Uncle Chris, the whole family knows you always protect and watch over us each day. Even though I never got to meet you on earth, I know I met you in heaven before I was born. I think often about how if you were still here, you would be one of my best friends. Looking at colleges with me, getting me out of trouble with mom and dad, hanging out at the Jersey Shore, and let's be real, losing to me on the links. I thank you for leading me to each person I meet and create a relationship with, giving me blessings each day, teaching me how to live my life to the fullest. We all miss you and love you so much.
And my aunt, Gabriella Silvina Weissman, who is lovingly remembered through me and my family. We miss you and love you, Auntie Gabby. We will never forget you. I'd also like to thank the first responders who sacrificed themselves in order to save their fellow Americans on that fateful day, as well as the thousands of service members who have given their lives in the name of freedom for the past 22 years.
Klaus Bota.
Carol Marie Bouchard.
J. Howard Bolton.
Francisco Eligio Bordier.
Thomas Harold Bowden Jr.
Donna M. Bowen.
Kimberly S. Bowers.
Veronique Nicole Bowers.
Larry Bowman.
Sean Edward Bowman Jr.
Kevin L. Bowser.
Gary R. Box.
Gennady Boyarsky.
Pamela Boyce.
Alan P. Boyle.
Michael Boyle.
Alfred J. Braca.
Sandra Canati Brace.
Kevin Hugh Bracken.
Sandy Wa Bradshaw.
David Brian Brady.
Alexander Brzezinski.
Nicholas W. Brenda Marty.
Daniel Raymond Brandhurst.
David Reed Gamboya Brandhorst.
Michelle Renee Bratton.
Patrice Brout.
Lydia Estelle Bravo.
Ronald Michael Breitweiser.
Edward A. Brennan III.
Frank H. Brennan.
Michael E. Brennan.
Peter Brennan.
Thomas Moore Brennan.
Daniel J. Brethel.
Gary Lee Bright.
Jonathan Eric Briley.
Mark A. Brisman.
Paul Gary Bristow.
Marion R. Britton.
And my uncle and godfather, Brian C. Hickey, Battalion Chief of Rescue 4. Uncle Brian, the unbelievable pain of losing you has forever left a hole in our hearts that can never be filled. But we are forever grateful for all the amazing memories we have. I feel incredibly honored to have such a selfless uncle who sacrificed his own life to save others and be able to tell my children that their Uncle Brian was a real-life hero. I love you and miss you terribly.
And my brother, Simon Marash Tedvukai.
Mark Francis Broderick.
Herman Charles Brockhammer.
Keith A. Broomfield.
Bernard C. Brown II.
Janice J. Louise Brown.
Lloyd Stanford Brown.
Patrick John Brown.
Bettina B. Brown Radburn.
Mark Bruce.
Richard George Brewhert.
Andrew Brunn.
FDNY Captain Vincent Edward Brunton.
Ronald Booka.
Brandon J. Buchanan.
Greg J. Buck.
Dennis Buckley.
Nancy Claire Boucher.
Patrick Joseph Boos.
John Edward Bulaga Jr.
Stephen Bruce Bunin.
Christopher L. Burford.
Matthew J. Burke.
Thomas Daniel Burke.
FDNY Captain William Francis Burke, Jr.
Charles F. Burlingame III.
Thomas E. Burnett, Jr.
Donald J. Burns.
Kathleen Ann Burns.
Keith James Burns.
Firefighter John Patrick Burnside.
Irina Buslow.
Milton G. Bustillo.
Thomas M. Butler.
Firefighter Patrick Dennis Byrne.
Timothy J. Byrne.
Daniel M. Caballero.
Jesus Neptali Cabezas.
Lillian Caceres.
Brian Joseph Caccia.
Stephen Dennis Cafiero, Jr.
And my brother, Robert T. Bobby Hughes, Jr. Your beautiful smile and presence is missed and loved so much. You are forever our hero and angel.
And my uncle, Battalion Chief Oreo Joseph Palmer. We love you, we miss you, and we'll never forget you.
Richard Michael Gagliano.
Cecile Maria Cagigla.
John Brett Cahill.
Michael John Cahill.
Scott Walter Cahill.
Thomas Joseph Cahill.
George C. Kane.
Salvatore B. Calabro.
Joseph M. Calandrillo.
Philip V. Calcagno.
Edward Calderon.
Jose O. Calderon Olmedo.
Kenneth Marcus Caldwell.
Dominic E. Calia.
Felix Bobby Calixte.
Francis Joseph Callahan.
Liam Callahan.
Suzanne M. Calley.
Gino Luigi Calvi.
Rocco Camash.
Michael F. Camarada.
David O.D. Campbell.
Jeffrey Thomas Campbell.
Robert Arthur Campbell.
Sandra Patricia Campbell.
Sean Thomas Canavan.
John A. Candela.
Vincent A. Cangelosi.
Stephen J. Cangelosi.
Lisa Bella Canava.
Brian Canizaro.
Michael R. Canty.
Louis Anthony Capricci.
Jonathan Neff Capello.
John Christopher Cappers.
Richard Michael Caproni.
Jose Manuel Cardona.
Dennis M. Carey Sr.
Edward Carlino.
Michael Scott Carlo.
And Donna Angelini's, her family sends their love. Her husband was Joseph Angelini, firefighter, and sends her love. Children send their love to their father. And my brother, firefighter Michael Francis Lynch. Your boys are doing beautifully. One was 6 months old, one was 2 years old. They have the values that you instilled in our family. Respect life, honor, and trust.
And my wife, Deborah Kaplan. Debbie, we love you and miss you.
David G. Carlone. Rosemary C. Carlson. Mark Stephen Carney. Joyce Ann Carpenero,
Peter J. Carroll,
Michael T. Carroll,
James Joseph Carson,
that's me, sorry. Angeline C. Carter,
James Marcel Cartier,
Sharon Ann Carver,
Vivian Casaldic,
John Francis Cazaza,
Paul Regan Cassio,
Neely Ann Heffernan Casey,
William Joseph Cashman,
Thomas Anthony Casoria,
William Otto Casper,
Alejandro Castaño,
Arcilia Castillo,
Leonard M. Castriano,
Jose Ramon Castro,
William E. Caswell,
Robert John Carfield,
Christopher Sean Caton,
Judson Cavalier,
Mary Teresa Caulfield,
Jason David Kane,
Michael Joseph Qualley,
Marcia G. Cecil Carter,
Jason Michael Cefalu,
Thomas Joseph Seelick,
Ana Mercedes Centeno,
Joni Sesta,
John J. Chara,
Jeffrey Mark Chernoff,
Swarna Chalasani,
and my uncle Christopher Etz. Our time together was special. So were the memories we made. Although you live in heaven now, those memories will never fade. I bow my head in silence and remember my uncle with love. And I know that you are in heaven, watching from above. We miss you. Your family misses you very deeply. Rest in peace, uncle, and God bless America.
and my uncle Jaime Concepcion. We love you. We miss you very much. You were the one person in the family who can't count on to help anybody. I hope you and Grandma are together in heaven. She didn't get to say goodbye to you, and you didn't say goodbye to her, but she followed you 4 days later to be with you. I hope you both are together watching over us. Amen.
William A. Chalkoff,
Eli Chalou,
Charles Lawrence Chan,
Mandy Chang,
Rosa Maria Chapa,
Mark Lawrence Charette,
David M. Chalabois,
Gregorio Manuel Chavez,
Pedro Francesco Checo,
Douglas McMillan Cherry,
Stephen Patrick Cherry,
Vernon Paul Cherry,
Nestor Julio Chevalier Jr.,
Swede Joseph Chevalier,
Alexander H. Chiang,
Dorothy J. Chicharo,
Luis Alfonso Chimbo,
Robert Chin,
Eddie Wing Wei Ching,
Nicholas Paul Chafalo,
John G. Chipura,
Peter A. Chicharillo,
Catherine Ellen Charles,
Kwang Hee Casey Cho,
Abdul K. Chowdhury,
Mohammed Salahuddin Chowdhury,
Kristen Lael Christoph,
Pamela Chu,
Stephen Paul Chucknick,
Wei Ching Chung,
Christopher Chiafardini,
Alex F. Saccone,
Francis Ann Salente,
Elaine Silo,
Edna Cintron,
Nestor Andre Cintron III,
Robert D. Siri Sr.,
Juan Pablo Cisneros,
Benjamin Keefe Clark,
Eugene Clark,
and my brother Joseph Michael Giacconi. 22 years are like 22 seconds. I forced myself to remember that it wasn't yesterday or a month or a year. It was 22 years ago my brother was murdered here. And this ceremony is essential. Me and other family members come here to listen to our loved ones' names be spoken out loud. Because if we hear their names, they are never forgotten and they never disappear. Joe, we love you and miss you every day.
And my poppy, Gerard Patrick Frank, firefighter from Rescue Company 3. I miss you and love you. I wish you got to take me fishing. We love you, Poppy.
Gregory Allen Clark.
Manny Leroy Clark.
Sarah M. Clark.
Thomas R. Clark.
Christopher Robert Clark.
Donna Marie Clark.
Michael J. Clark.
Saria Rachel Emma Clark.
Kevin Francis Cleary.
James D. Clear.
Jeffrey W. Cloud.
Susan Marie Klein.
Stephen Coakley.
Jeffrey Allen Cole.
Patricia A. Cody.
Daniel Michael Coffey.
Jason Matthew Coffey.
Florence G. Cohen.
Kevin S. Cohen.
Anthony Joseph Coladonato.
Mark Joseph Caleo.
Stephen J. Caleo.
Christopher Michael Colasanti.
Kevin Nathaniel Colbert.
Michelle P. Colbert.
Keith E. Coleman.
Scott Thomas Coleman.
Terrell Coleman.
Liam Joseph Calhoun.
Robert D. Colin.
Robert J. Call.
Jean Marie Collin.
John Michael Collins.
Michael L. Collins.
Thomas Joseph Collins.
Joseph Kent Collison.
Jeffrey Dwayne Coleman.
Patricia Malia Colander.
Linda M. Colon.
Sal E. Colon.
And my cousin, who lit up a room, the eternal prankster, who will eternally be missed, John Michael Sparborough. We love you, Johnny. We miss you. Rest in peace.
And my grandfather, FDNY Captain James J. Corrigan. We love you and we miss you.
Ronald Edward Comer.
Jaime Concepcion.
Albert Conde.
Denise Conley.
Susan P. Conlon.
Margaret Mary Connor.
Cynthia Marie Lease Connolly.
John E. Connolly, Jr.
James Lee Connor.
Jonathan M. Connors.
Kevin Patrick Connors.
Kevin F. Conroy.
Brenda E. Conway.
Dennis Michael Cook.
Helen D. Cook.
Jeffrey W. Coombs.
John A. Cooper.
Julian T. Cooper.
Joseph John Copel, Jr.
Gerard J. Coppola.
Joseph Albert Corbett.
John J. Corcoran III.
Alejandro Cordero.
Robert Joseph Cordes.
Ruben D. Correa.
Danny A. Correa Gutierrez.
Georgine Rose Corrigan.
James J. Corrigan.
Carlos Cortez Rodriguez.
Kevin Michael Cosgrove.
Dolores Marie Costa.
Digna Alexandra Costanza.
Charles Gregory Costello, Jr.
Michael S. Costello.
Asia S. Cottom.
Conrad Kofi Cotty Sr.
Martin John Coughlin.
John G. Coughlin.
Timothy J. Coughlin.
James E. Cove.
And my brother, William Thomas Dean, to all the first responders, military, and workers that were lost that day and in the subsequent days from their response. Please remember them, and to all of you for being here and keeping the memory alive. Thank you.
And my uncle, Andrew LaCourte. Though I've only met him through stories from loved ones, he will always be in my heart.
Andre Colin Cox.
Frederick John Cox.
James Raymond Coyle.
Michelle Coyle Yulo.
Christopher Seaton Kramer.
Eric A. Cranford.
Denise Elizabeth Krant.
James Leslie Crawford Jr.
Robert James Crawford.
Tara Kathleen Kramer.
Joanne Mary Cregan.
Lucia Kerfasi.
John A. Creasy.
Daniel Hal Chrisman.
Dennis A. Cross.
Kevin R. Crotty.
Thomas G. Crotty.
John R. Crow.
Wills Remy Crowther.
Robert L. Cruikshank.
John Robert Cruz.
Grace Allegre Kua.
Kenneth John Cubas.
Francisco Cruz Cubero.
Thelma Cuccinello.
Richard Joseph Cudina.
Neil James Cudmore.
Thomas Patrick Cullen III.
Joan Cullinan.
Joyce Rose Cummings.
Brian Thomas Cummins.
Michael Joseph Cunningham.
Robert Curatolo.
Lawrence Damian Curia.
Paul Dario Curioli.
Patrick Joseph Caravan.
Beverly L. Curry.
Andrew Peter Charles Curry Green.
Michael Sean Curtin.
Patricia Cushing.
And my godfather and uncle, Richard Samuel Gabriel. We love you, we miss you. Every day we live our lives to honor you. Thank you to all the first responders who died trying to save our family members' lives, especially Battalion Chief Oreo Palmer, Fire Marshal Ronald Baca, and thank you also. I want to acknowledge so many people are fighting 9/11 related illnesses. Many are not with us anymore. Thank you to those advocates out there, including John Field and John Stewart. And this museum and memorial is so important. We need it. We thank you for giving us this opportunity to honor our loved ones.
And my uncle, Matthew J. Burke. The life you lived and the memories you left behind will be forever cherished. Family members are like stars. You don't always see them, but you always know they're there. God bless you, Uncle Matt, and God bless America.
Gavin Cushney.
Caleb Aaron Dack.
Carlos S. DaCosta.
Jason M. Dahl.
Brian Paul Dale.
John DeLara.
Vincent Gerard Damadeo.
Thomas A. Damaskinos.
Jack L. D'Ambrosi Jr.
Janine Damiani Jones.
Manuel Joao Damota.
Patrick W. Donahue.
Mary D'Antonio.
Vincent G. Dance.
Dwight Donald Darcy.
Elizabeth Ann Darling.
Annette Andrea Dodderam.
Edward A. Diatri.
Michael D. Dioria.
Lawrence Davidson.
Michael Allen Davidson.
Scott Matthew Davidson.
Titus Davidson.
New Yorker Davila.
Ada M. Davis.
Clinton Davis Sr.
Wayne Terriel Davis.
Anthony Richard Dawson.
Calvin Dawson.
Edward James Day.
William Thomas Dean.
Robert J. DeAngelis Jr.
Thomas Patrick DeAngelis.
Dorothy Alma de Araujo.
Ana Gloria Pocasangre de Barrera.
Tara E. DeBeck.
James E. Debonair.
Anna M. Debin.
James V. de Blasi Jr.
J. Cyril Malabuyok de Chavez.
And my cousin, Craig Damian Lalore. Thinking about him in that day, I'm reminded of Romans 12:21. Do not be conquered by evil, but conquer evil with good. The good we do in honoring and remembering our loved ones today and every day is how we conquer the evil. Ceremonies such as this must be a mainstay to ensure their names live on for generations to come. This country and future Americans must never forget what happened here and every innocent soul that was taken from us. May God bless my cousin. May God bless you and your loved ones. And may God bless the greatest country, the United States of America.
And my cousins, Maria Teresa Concepcion Santillan and Judy Hazel Santillan Fernandez, forever in our hearts and in our prayers. We love you dearly. We miss you so much. Continue to rest in peace. Continue to watch over us until we meet again.
Paul DeCola.
Gerald F. DeConto.
Simon Mirage Dedvukaj.
Jason Christopher DeFazio.
David A. DeFeo.
Jennifer De Jesus.
Monique Effie De Jesus.
Nareda De Jesus.
Emmy De La Pena.
Donald Arthur De La Pena.
Azucena Maria De La Torre.
Vito Joseph De Leo.
Danielle Ann Deli.
Andrea Della Bella.
Joseph A. Della Pietra.
Palmina Delegati.
Colleen Ann DeLowry.
Joseph De Luca.
Manuel Del Valle Jr.
Francis Albert De Martini.
Anthony Damas.
Firefighter Martin N. DeMayo.
Francis Deming.
Carol Keys Demitz.
Kevin Dennis.
Thomas Francis Dennis Sr.
Jean C. De Palma.
Jose Nicholas De Pena.
Robert John Durrani.
Michael De Rienzo.
David Paul DeRubio.
Jamal Legues DeSantis.
Christian Luis DeSimone.
Edward DeSimone III.
Andrew J. Desperito.
Michael Jude D'Esposito.
Cindy Ann Duell.
Melanie Louise DeVere.
Jerry DeVito.
Robert P. Devitt Jr.
And my father, Damian Meehan. Dad, I love you, and we all miss you very much.
And my uncle, firefighter Joseph Patrick Henry. Uncle Joey, my siblings, cousins, and I feel like we know you from all the stories our family has told us. We are proud to have a hero like you in our family. We know you are watching over us with Papa.
Dennis Lawrence Devlin.
Gerard P. Dewan.
Suleiman Kasamali Danani.
Michael Luis D'Agostino.
Matthew Diaz.
Nancy Diaz.
Abdulio Ruiz Diaz.
Michael A. Diaz Piedra III.
Judith Burkis Diaz Sierra.
Patricia Florence DiCharo.
Rodney Dickens.
Jerry D. Dickerson.
Joseph Dermot Dickey Jr.
Lawrence Patrick Dickinson.
Michael D. Deal.
John DeFato.
Vincent Francis DeFazio.
Carl Anthony DeFranco.
Donald Joseph DeFranco.
John DiGiovanni.
Eddie A. Dillard.
Deborah Ann DiMartino.
David DeMeglio.
Stephen Patrick Dimino.
William John Dimling.
Marissa DiNardo Short.
Christopher Moore Dincuff.
Jeffrey Mark Dingle.
Rena Sam Deneau.
Anthony Dionisio.
George DiPasquale.
Joseph Di Pilato.
Douglas Frank DiStefano.
Donald Americo Di Tullio.
Ramsey A. Doani.
Johnny Dr. Jr.
John Joseph Doherty.
Melissa Candida Doy.
Brendan Dolan.
Robert E. Dolan Jr.
And my uncle, Robert George McElvin. Uncle Bobby, My whole life, my dad has said I reminded him of you. From the stories that I've come to know over the years, I can think of no greater compliment. We all miss you very much and want you to know that we are doing great. Life loves on.
And to my beautiful prima, Janine Nicole Gonzalez, on September 16, 2001, you would have been 26, and on Friday, you would have been 50. We love and we miss you dearly, and we know that we have a guardian angel looking down on all of us.
Neil Matthew Dollard.
James Delmonico,
Benilda Pasqua Domingo.
Alberto Dominguez,
Carlos Dominguez.
Jeremy Mark Patrick Dominguez,
Kevin W. Donnelly.
Jacqueline Donovan,
William H. Donovan.
Stephen Scott Duffy,
Thomas Dowd.
Kevin Christopher Dow,
Mary Yolanda Dowling.
Raymond Matthew Dowman Sr.,
Frank Joseph Doyle.
Joseph Michael Doyle,
Randall L. Drake.
Patrick Joseph Dominguez,
Stephen Patrick Driscoll.
Chris A. Dominguez III,
Myrna A. Duerte.
Luke A. Dominguez Dudek,
Christopher Michael Duffy.
Gerard J. Duffy,
Michael Joseph Duffy.
Thomas W. Duffy,
Antoinette Duger.
Jacqueline Zayek Dewick,
Sariv Ducat.
Patrick Dunn,
Felicia Gale Dunn Jones.
Christopher Joseph Dunn,
Richard Anthony Dunstan.
Thomas John Patrick Thomas Dowie,
Joseph Anthony Ecobachi.
John
Bruce
Bruce Ingleson,
Edward T. Earhart.
Robert Douglas Edison,
Dean Philip Eberling.
Margaret Reed Eckerman,
And my uncle, Brian Christopher Novotny. We have not forgotten, we will never forget.
and my cousin John Patrick Burnside, and I will never forget him.
Paul Robert Eckner,
Constantine Economos,
Barbara G. Edwards,
Dennis Michael Edwards,
Michael Hardy Edwards,
Christine Egan,
Lisa Erin Egan,
Martin J. Egan Jr.,
Michael Egan,
Samantha Martin Egan,
Carol Eckert,
Lisa Karen Ehrlich,
John Ernest Eckler,
Eric Adam Eisenberg,
Daphne Ferlinda Elder,
Michael J. Alferez,
Mark Joseph Ellis,
Valerie Silver Ellis,
Albert Alfie William Almary,
Robert R. Elseth,
Edgar Hendricks Emery Jr.,
Doric Sukian Eng,
Christopher Epps,
Ulf Ram Erickson,
Aaron L. Ecker,
William John Irwin,
Sarah Ali Escarcega,
Jose Espinal,
Fanny Espinosa,
Billy Scoop Esposito,
Bridget Ann Esposito,
Francis Esposito,
Sadie Ete,
Ruben Esquilin Jr.,
Eric Brian Evans,
Barbara G. Etzold,
Meredith Emily June Ewart,
Robert Edward Evans,
and my cousin, police officer Mark Joseph Ellis. You gave your life to save others. You are the true meaning of a hero. You will never be forgotten. God bless everyone in uniform. God bless America.
and my uncle, Cecile Solanke. We carry you with us every day in the memories we have of you and the love you showed us. We miss you and we love you.
Patricia Mary Fagan.
Ivan Kirillos Fairbanks Barbosa.
Keith George Fairbairn.
Sandra Fajardo Smith.
Charles S. Falkenberg.
Dana Falkenberg.
Zoe Falkenberg.
Jamie L. Fallon.
William F. Fallon.
William Lawrence Fallon, Jr.
Anthony J. Valoni, Jr.
Dolores Bridget Finelli.
Robert John Fangman.
John Joseph Fanning.
Kathleen Ann Faringer.
Thomas James Farino.
Nancy C. Doloniski Farley.
Paige Marie Farley Hackle.
Elizabeth Ann Farmer.
Douglas John Farnham.
John Gerard Farrell.
John W. Farrell.
Terrace Patrick Farrell.
Joseph D. Farrelly.
Thomas Patrick Farrelly.
Syed Abdul Fattah.
Christopher Edward Fognan.
Wendy R. Faulkner.
Shannon Marie Fava.
Bernard D. Favuza.
Robert Fazio Jr.
Ronald Call Fazio Sr.
William F. Feehan.
Francis Jude Feely.
Garth Erin Feeney.
Sean Bernard Fagan.
Lee S. Feeling.
Peter Adam Fiedelberg.
Alan D. Feinberg.
Rosa Marie Feliciano.
And my beautiful mother, Barbara P. Walsh. Today, Mr. Bloomberg told the families in the room that half of the world's population was born after 9/11. It's so important to keep their memory alive. Mom, you're missed so much. We're always keeping your memory alive. We love you so much, and please continue to send us your signs.
And my sister, Patricia A. Cody. I'd also like to mention FDNY Lieutenant Philip Petty and my friend Wayne Russo. May they all rest in peace.
Edward P. Felt.
Edward Thomas Fergus Jr.
George J. Ferguson III.
J. Joseph Ferguson.
Henry Fernandez.
Judy Hazel Santillan Fernandez.
Julio Fernandez.
Elisa Giselle Farena.
Anne Marie Solarin Ferreira.
Robert John Ferris.
David Francis Ferrugio.
Louis V. Fersini Jr.
Michael David Ferrugio.
Bradley James Fetchett.
Jennifer Louise Fialco.
Kristen Nicole Fidel.
Amelia V. Fields,
Samuel Fields,
Alexander Milan Filipov,
Michael Bradley Finnegan,
Timothy J. Finity,
Michael C. Fiore,
Stephen J. Fiorelli,
Paul M. Fiore,
John B. Fiorito,
John R. Fisher,
Andrew Fisher,
Bennett Lawson Fisher,
Gerald P. Fisher,
John Roger Fisher,
Thomas J. Fisher,
Lucy A. Fishman,
Ryan D. Fitzgerald,
Thomas James Fitzpatrick,
Richard P. Fitzsimmons,
Salvatore Flume Fredo,
Darlene E. Flagg,
Wilson F. Flagg,
Christina Donovan Flannery,
Eileen Fletcher,
and my cousin Stephen J. Fiorelli. You are in our hearts forever, Steve. We love and miss you.
and my grandmother Louise A. Lynch, which I wish was here, but she may rest in our hearts.
Andre G. Fletcher,
Carl M. Flickinger,
Matthew M. Floco,
John Joseph Florio,
Joseph Walken Flounders,
Carol Ann Flyzik,
David Fodor,
Michael N. Fodor,
Stephen Mark Fogel,
Thomas J. Foley,
Jane C. Folger,
David J. Fontana,
Chi Min Fu,
Delrose E. Forbes Cheatham,
Godwin Ford,
Donald A. Foreman,
Christopher Hugh Forsyth,
Claudia Alicia Foster,
Noel John Foster,
Sandra N. Foster,
Anna Fosterus,
Robert Joseph Foti,
Jeffrey Fox,
Virginia Elizabeth Fox,
Pauline Francis,
Virgin Lucy Francis,
Gary J. Frank,
Morton H. Frank,
Peter Christopher Frank,
Colleen L. Frazier,
Richard K. Frazier,
Kevin J. Frawley,
Clyde Frazier Jr.,
Lillian Inez Frederick,
Andrew Fredericks,
Tamitha Freeman,
Brett Owen Freeman,
Peter L. Freund,
Arlene Ava Fried,
Alan W. Friedlander,
and my cousin Richie Frazier. Your legacy lives on in Aden. I pray that where you are, the beach in Nassau Point is perfect, the volleyball court is ready for a game, the bonfire is lit for everyone to sit around and hear one of your short stories. The Budweiser is always cold, and the Giants win maybe a few more Super Bowls. We love you and miss you terribly.
and to my sister, Corrine Gordon. On behalf of your sons, David and Tony, and the rest of the family, thank you for being our guardian angel. You live on in our hearts forever.
Andrew Keith Friedman,
Paul J. Friedman,
Craig J. Froner,
Lisa Ann Frost,
Peter Christian Fry,
Clement A. Formondo,
Stephen Elliott Furman,
Paul James Formato,
Carlton Douglas B. Fife,
Frederick Neal Gabler,
James Andrew Gadio,
Richard A. Gabrielle,
Irvin Vincent Galliard,
Pamela Lee Gaff,
Grace Catherine Galante,
Deanna Lynn Galante,
Daniel James Gallagher,
Anthony Edward Gallagher,
Lourdes J. Galetti,
John Patrick Gallagher,
Vincent Galucci,
Kono E. Gallo,
Giovanna Galetta Gambale,
Thomas E. Galvin,
Gian F. Gamboa,
Thomas Gambino Jr.,
Peter James Gansey Jr.,
Ronald L. Gamboa,
Charles William Garbarini,
Michael Gann,
Cesar R. Garcia,
Andrew Sonny Garcia,
Jorge Luis Morron Garcia,
David Garcia,
Marlon del Carmen Garcia,
Juan Garcia,
Douglas Benjamin Gardner,
Christopher Samuel Gardner,
and my father, Manuel Joao de Moda. Though we may have never met, I am honored to carry your name and legacy with me. I thank you for giving me this life and family, your wife Barbara, your sons, your brothers, and the rest of your family, from Portugal to Angola to Paraguay, all the way back to the United States. We love you and miss you every day. Love you, Dad.
Harvey Joseph Gardner III, and my son Paul. 22 years ago seems like yesterday. There are no words. You are and always will be our tower of strength. We love you, Mom and Dad.
Jeffrey Brian Gardner,
Thomas A. Gardner,
William Arthur Gardner,
Frank Garfey,
Rocco Nino Gargano,
James M. Gartenberg,
Matthew David Garvey,
Bruce Gary,
Boyd Allen Gatton,
Donald Richard Gavigan, Jr.,
Peter Allen Gay,
Terrence D. Gazzani,
Gary Paul Geidel,
Paul Hamilton Geyer,
Julie M. Geis,
Peter Gerard Galinas,
Stephen Paul Geller,
Howard G. Gelling, Jr.,
Peter Victor Jenko Jr.,
Stephen Gregory Genovese,
Elaine Gentle,
Linda M. George,
Edward F. Garrity,
Susan Garrity,
Ralph Gerhardt,
Robert Gerlich,
Dennis P. Germain,
Marina Romanovna Gertzberg,
Susan M. Getzendonner,
Lawrence D. Getzfred,
James G. Geyer,
Cortez Gee,
Joseph M. Giacone,
Vincent Francis Giamona,
Deborah Lynn Gibbon,
James Andrew Giberson,
Brenda C. Gibson,
Craig Neil Gibson,
Ronnie E. Gase,
Andrew Clive Gilbert,
and my brother, T.J. Hargrave, who I really, really miss. And to this day, there are times when I'll be at a new restaurant or I'll hear a new band or I'll see something in the news. And it brings me back to that day, this day 22 years ago. And I can't help but wonder what he went through. And we'll never know what he went through. And they say that time heals all wounds. Well, I beg to differ.
and my brother, firefighter and paramedic James Nicholas Papageorge from Engine Company 23. Firefighters pull them out, paramedics pull them through. My brother did both. Losing my brother is like losing a constant companion in this journey of life. The pain truly never goes away. The memories of you and the love I have for you will always be in my heart. I love you.
Timothy Paul Gilbert, Paul Stewart Gilby, Paul John Gill, Mark Y. Giles, Evan Hunter Gillette,
Ronald Lawrence Gilligan.
Rodney C. Gillis.
Laura Gilly.
Jeffrey John Giordano.
Donna Marie Giordano.
John F. Ginley.
John Giordano.
Stephen A. Giorgetti.
Martin Giovanasso.
Kum Girolamo.
Salvatore Gito.
Cynthia Giugliano.
Mon Jean Balage.
Diane Gladstone.
Keith Alexander Glasgow.
Thomas Irwin Glasser.
Edmund Glazer.
Harry Glenn.
Barry H. Glick.
Jeremy Logan Glick.
Stephen Glick.
John T. Nazzo.
William Robert Gottschalk.
Michael Galliormella.
Brian F. Goldberg.
Jeffrey G. Goldflam.
Michelle Goldstein.
Monica Goldstein.
Stephen Ian Goldstein.
Ronald F. Galinsky.
Andrew H. Golkin.
Dennis James Gomes.
Enrique Antonio Gomez.
Jose Bienvenido Gomez.
Manuel Gomez Jr.
And our aunt, Lucy Ann Fishman, who worked on the 105th floor of the South Tower, second building hit, first to go down. Aunt Lucy, today is the 22nd anniversary of your son's first day of preschool, and Anthony and I just had our first full day of high school. For young people like us who have only learned about this day in books as Patriot Day, a day of remembrance, it is my hope that this will change and that all people will soon be able to celebrate the lives of those who perished on September 11, 2001, as a triumph over evil, and that your life and the lives of thousands of other people lost on that day was not in vain. The terrorists did not get what they were seeking, and they did not take down America the Beautiful. What they did too was take mothers and fathers and grandparents and aunts and uncles and beautiful souls away from their families and change generations forever. Living a comfortable life, my Aunt Lucy was many things: a softball coach, a church choir member, a volunteer, a wife, a homeowner, an American dreamer. She was living the American dream, but in the end, she would simply want to be remembered as Mom, her greatest success. For my family, she is the person that lost the most on that day. She did not get to finish her life, a life that she worked so hard for. She did not get to watch her son become a college graduate, her daughter get married, or enjoy the beautiful baby boy who is now her grandchild. She would have loved to raise her own children into adulthood and definitely enjoyed the short time she had with them to the fullest. Thankfully, she lived her life out loud. And our family will forever cherish her life and all the lives that shaped what this country has become over the last 22 years. On September 11, 2001, while the terrorists aimed to cripple the American economy, show power, and rain terror on a free nation, a nation that has opened its doors and hearts to all hardworking people who seek freedom and the pursuit of a better life, including those of all races, colors, creeds, and ethnicities, America offers the freedom to pursue life, liberty, and happiness. And America has never wavered from that declaration under any circumstance, as we continue to stand one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. For those 2,996 souls and the more than 3,000 souls who died since then as a result of that day, those who proudly serve our country, especially in Afghanistan, may your families have peace and someday justice, for it is those people who lost the most on that day, the very most. God bless them and their families, and God bless America.
Wilder Alfredo Gomez. Janine Nicole Gonzalez. Mauricio Gonzalez. Rosa J. Gonzalez. Lynn Catherine Goodchild. Calvin Joseph Gooding. Peter Morgan Goodrich. Harry Goody. Kiran Kumar Reddy Gopu. Catherine C. Gurayev. Lisa Fen Gordenstein. Corrine Gordon. Sebastian Gorky. Kieran Joseph Gorman. Thomas Edward Gorman. Michael Edward Gould. O. Kristen Osterholm White Gould. Douglas Allen Gowell. Yuji Goya. John Richard Grabowski. Christopher Michael Grady. Edwin J. Graff III. David Martin Grafman. Lauren. Gilbert Franco Granados. Lauren Catuzzi Grancolas and her unborn child. Elvira Granito. Winston Arthur Grant. Christopher S. Gray. Ian J. Gray. James Michael Gray. Tara McLeod Gray. John M. Grazioso. Timothy George Grazioso. Derek Arthur Green. Wade B. Green. Wanda Anita Green. Elaine Myra Greenberg. Donald Freeman Green. Gail R. Green. James Arthur Greenleaf Jr. And my brother, Kevin James Murphy. Kevin, we love and miss you. Beth, Connor, and Caitlin know that you are with them every day. We have all had the privilege of seeing Beth's strength and the incredible job she has done, and we know how proud you are of your family. We're lucky to cherish the time we have together, and we are grateful to be part of their lives. They are close and loving as a family can be, and your spirit lives on with them. And I would also like to thank everyone who has been part of this memorial service for the past 22 years. You have been here with us to pay tribute to our loved ones and to make sure they are remembered and honored. Over the years, you have treated us with respect and with compassion. Your actions allow us to keep our focus on our family members who are no longer with us. Thank you all for being here with us. May God bless you, and may God bless America. And my grandfather, firefighter Robert James Crawford. Being your granddaughter is something I will always be so grateful for, and a title I am blessed to have. I'm so proud to be part of you and to be able to carry you with me wherever I go. Our hero, we love you to the moon and back. Keep watching over us. We know you're always close.
Eileen Marcia Greenstein.
Elizabeth Martin Gregg.
Denise Marie Gregory.
Donald H. Gregory.
Florence Moran Gregory.
Pedro Grahan.
John Michael Griffin.
Tawana Sherry Griffin.
Joan Donna Griffith,
Warren Grifka,
Ramon B. Grijalvo,
Joseph F. Grillo,
David Joseph Grimner,
Francis Edward Grogan,
Linda Gronland,
Kenneth George Gruzales,
Joseph Grizelak,
Matthew James Grismlaski,
Robert Joseph Shar,
Lei Ming Gu,
Richard J. Guadagno,
Joseph A. Guadalupe,
Cindy Yan Zhu Guan,
Jeffrey E. Guja,
Joseph P. Gullickson,
Babita Grishmati Guman,
Douglas Brian Gurian,
Janet Ruth Gustafson,
Philip T. Guza,
Barbara Guzardo,
Peter Mark Gulavari,
Gary Robert Hegg,
Andrea Lynn Haberman,
Barbara Mary Habib,
Philip Hensler,
Nizam A. Hafiz,
Karen Elizabeth Haggerty,
Stephen Michael Haggis,
Mary Lou Haig,
David Halderman,
and my father, firefighter Michael Lyons, FDNY. On the birthday that we share, you would have been 55 this year. Your family, friends, and everyone you loved will cherish the memories. We hold you in our hearts every day. We love and we miss you.
and my loving sister, my other half, Chevon Licia Mentis, WTC 1, 93rd floor, Marsh and McLennan. You're sadly missed by your family, friends, colleagues, especially our beloved mom, Bishop Myrtle Bazil. You're forever in our hearts. Continue to be our guardian angel.
Miley Rachel Hale,
Diane Hale McKinsey,
Richard B. Hall,
Stanley R. Hall,
Fastwell George Hall,
Robert J. Halligan,
Vincent Gerard Halloran,
Carolyn B. Hallman,
James Douglas Halvorson,
Mohammed Salman Hamdani,
Felicia Hamilton,
Robert W. Hamilton,
Carl Max Hammond Jr.,
Frederick K. Hahn,
Christopher James Hanley,
Sean S. Hanley,
Valerie Joan Hanna,
Thomas Paul Hannafin,
Kevin James Hannaford Sr.,
Michael Lawrence Hannon,
Dana Ray Hannon,
Christine Lee Hansen,
Peter Burton Hansen,
Sue Kim Hansen,
Vasilos G. Haramis,
James A. Harron,
Gerald Francis Hardacre,
Jeffrey Pike Hardy,
T.J. Hargrave,
Daniel Edward Harlan,
Francis Harrows,
Harvey L.
Harris,
Stuart D. Harris,
John Patrick Hart,
Eric Hartono,
John Clinton Hartz,
Emmerich Harvey,
and my brother, Dennis Michael Edwards. A quick song from Marcel Michel. I will remember come September, I will remember the happy days that I spent with you. And as the years go by, I think of you and sigh. It's not goodbye, it's so long.
And my brother-in-law, Daniel Francis McGinley. Danny was a wonderful son to his mom, Connie, and dad, Daniel, a great brother and brother-in-law to Marty and Jen, Tom and Michelle, Mike and Wendy, and Dennis and Lara, and uncle to all of their children. A terrific husband to Peggy, and a wonderful dad to Terrence, Maddie, Peter, Ann, and Pat. And by his example, he showed me how to be a good brother-in-law. Is there any more you can receive from a man?
Peter Paul Hashem.
Thomas Theodore Haskell, Jr.
Timothy Sean Haskell.
Joseph John Hassan III.
Leonard W. Hatton, Jr.
Terrence S. Hatton.
Michael Hamlet Habb.
Timothy Aaron Haviland.
Donald G. Haverlish, Jr.
Anthony Maurice Hawkins.
Nabahiro Hamatso.
James Edward Hayden.
Robert J. Hayes.
Philip T. Hayes.
W. Ward Hines.
Scott Jordan Hazelcorn.
Michael K. Healy.
Roberta B. Heber.
Charles Francis Xavier Huron.
John F. Heffernan.
Michelle M. Heidenberger.
Sheila M. S. Hine.
H. Joseph Heller, Jr.
Joanne L. Heltebrittle.
Ronald John Hemingway.
Mark F. Hemscott.
Ronnie Lee Henderson.
Brian Hennessy.
Edward R. Hennessy, Jr.
Michelle Marie Enrique.
Joseph Patrick Henry.
William L. Henry, Jr.
Katarina Henry Robinson.
John Christopher Henwood.
Robert Allen Hepburn.
Mary Adencia.
Lindsay C. Harkness III.
Harvey Robert Hermer.
Norberto Hernandez.
Raul Hernandez.
And my cousin, Port Authority Police Officer, Christopher Amoroso. Is that a day that goes by that we don't think about you? You're our hero. That day you showed the whole world what the true hero is, and you're now forever our guardian angel.
And my uncle, Colonel Charles Edward Jones, who loved and served this country proudly with the United States Air Force. We miss you, Chuck. Your legacy will always live on. Gary Harold.
Jeffrey Allen Hirsch.
Thomas J. Hetzel.
Leon Bernard Hayward, MC Sundance.
Brian Christopher Hickey.
And Amencio Dario Hidalgo Cedeno.
Timothy Brian Higgins.
Robert D. W. Higley II.
Todd Russell Hill.
Clara Victorine Hines.
Neil O. Hines.
Mark Hindi.
Katsuyuki Hirai.
Heather Malia Ho.
Tara Yvette Hobbs.
Thomas Anderson Hobbs.
James J. Hoban.
Robert Wayne Hobson III.
Dewan Hodges.
Ronald G. Horner.
Patrick A. Hoey.
John A. Hofer.
Marcia Hoffman.
Stephen Gerard Hoffman.
Frederick Joseph Hoffman.
Michelle L. Hoffman.
Judith Florence Hoffmiller.
Wallace Cole Hogan, Jr.
Thomas Warren Holweck, Jr.
Jonathan R. Hawman.
Cora Hidalgo Holland.
John Holland.
Elizabeth Holmes.
Jimmy I. Holland.
Herbert Wilson Homer.
Thomas P. Hollohan.
Bradley V. Horn.
First Officer Leroy W. Homer, Jr., United Airlines Flight 93. James P. Hopper.
And my father, Mike Asher. In some ways, it still feels like 22 years ago, my second week of college, standing in my dorm room and knowing you were gone. But I know it's been 22 years because I'm able to stand here today. Dad, I miss you. I think of you all the time. I wish you were here to meet my wife and your beautiful granddaughter who's named after you. I know you'd be making her laugh. We love you and we remember you always.
And my aunt, Kathleen Moran. The aftershocks of your death affected all facets of my life, even though I was not yet born when you died. I never met you, but you live on in my name, my soul, and my body and my blood. Now, to quote Martin Luther King Jr., true peace is not merely the absence of tension, but the presence of justice, which is why I will now acknowledge the 4.5 million dead and disappeared as a result of the war on terror waged after 9/11.
Montgomery McCullough Hord.
Michael Joseph Horn.
Matthew Douglas Horning.
Robert L. Horaho, Jr.
Michael Robert Horrocks.
Aaron Horwitz.
Charles J. Houston.
Uhuru G. Houston.
Angela M. Houts.
George Gerard Howard.
Brady K. Howell.
Michael C. Howell.
Stephen Leon Howell.
Jennifer L. Howley.
Milagros Ramada.
Marion R. Recheck.
Stephen Hutchko Jr.
Chris Robert Hughes.
Paul Rexford Hughes.
Robert T. Hughes, Jr.
Thomas F. Hughes Jr.
Timothy Robert Hughes.
Susan Huey.
Lamar Demetrius Hulse.
John Nicholas Humper Jr.
William Christopher Hunt.
Kathleen Ann Hunt Casey.
Joseph Gerard Hunter.
Peggy M. Hurt.
Robert R. Husa.
Stephen N. Highland Jr.
Robert J. Himmel.
Thomas Edward Hines.
Walter G. Hines.
Joseph Anthony Iannelli.
Zutu Ibis.
Jonathan Lee Ayalepe.
Michael Patrick Eichen.
Daniel Ekanayev.
Frederick J. Ill, Jr.
And my husband, Thomas J. Fisher, we will never forget.
And my sister, Maureen Lyons Olson. Death leaves a heartache no one can heal. Love leaves a memory no one can steal. Until we meet again, Rini, may God hold you in the palm of his hand.
Abraham Nathaniel Ilowitz.
Anthony P. Infante, Jr.
Louis S. Inglaterra.
Christopher Noble Ingrazia.
Paul Inella.
Stephanie Veronica Irby.
Douglas Jason Ergang.
Kristen Irvine Ryan.
Todd Antione Isaac.
Eric Hans is Branson.
Taizo Ishikawa.
Walid Joseph Iskandar.
Adam Iskandarian Jr.
John F. Iskian.
Kazushiki Ito.
Alexander Valerievich Ivansov.
Lacey Bernard Ivory.
Virginia May Yablonsky.
Brian C. Jack.
Brooke Alexandra Jackman.
Aaron Jeremy Jacobs.
Ariel Lewis Jacobs.
Jason Kyle Jacobs.
Michael G. Jacobs.
Stephen A. Jacobson.
Stephen D. Jacoby.
Ricknoth Jaggernoth.
Jake Dennis Yagoda.
Yudvir S. Jane.
Maria Jacobiak.
Robert Adrian Jalbert.
Ernest James.
Griselda E. James.
Mark Stephen Jardine.
Francois John Pierre.
Muhammadu Jawara.
Amy Nicole Jarrett.
Maxima Jean Pierre.
Paul Edward Jeffers.
John Charles Jenkins.
And my father, Titus Davidson, my hero, my cheerleader. Your memory lives on in your grandson, Pedro, that you never got to meet. We love you always. You're missed in Jamaica, Canada, and the United States. You'll never be forgotten.
And my aunt, Joanne Smith Tabik. Anybody that knew us know that she was more like my second mom, as well as my sister. We're always brother and sister. We tried that day. All the first responders, we tried. Just want to let you know that I love you. Thank you for bringing me to the towers since I was 5 years old. And I want to say a special thank you to our military, as well as SEAL Team 6, who on May 5th, 2011, completed a successful operation that helps ease some of our pain. Geronimo.
Joseph Jenkins Jr.,
Alan Keith Jensen.
Prim Nath Giraffe,
Farah Judy.
Wader GM,
Eliza Jimenez Jr.
Luis Jimenez Jr.,
Charles Gregory John.
Nicholas John,
Dennis M. Johnson.
LaShawnwa Johnson,
Scott Michael Johnson.
William R. Johnston,
Ellison Portsman Jones.
Arthur Joseph Jones III,
Brian Leander Jones.
Charles Edward Jones,
Christopher D. Jones.
Donald T. Jones II,
Donald W. Jones.
Judith Lauter Jones,
Linda Jones.
Mary S. Jones,
Andrew Brian Jordan Sr.
Robert Thomas Jordan,
Albert Gunnis Joseph.
Ingeborg Joseph,
Carl Henry Joseph.
Stephen Joseph,
Jane Eileen Josiah.
Anthony Jovek,
Angel L. Huarbe Jr.
Karen Sue Juday,
Ann C. Judge.
Michael F. Judge,
Paul William Jurgens.
Thomas Edward Jurgens,
Shashi Kiran Lakshmikanta Kavadaba.
Gavaroy Karma Denova,
Sherry Candell.
and my cousin Matthew Carmen Salido. You are loved, you are missed.
And my uncle, Łukasz Tomasz Milewski. I was never given the privilege to be around the amazing person he was, but through my mom's and grandparents' stories, I'm told he's seen a lot in me.
and that's something I carry proudly. We love and miss you more every day.
Howard Lee Kane. Jennifer Lynn Kane. Vincent D. Kane. June Koo Kang. Sheldon Robert Cantor. Deborah H. Kaplan. Robin Lynn Kaplan. Alvin Peter Kappelman Jr. Charles H. Karcheski. William A. Carnes. Andrew K. Cates. Charles L. Casper. Delis Jean Karpilov. John A. Katamatides. Robert Michael Colfers. Don Jerome Kauth Jr. Hideo Kawauchi. Edward T. Keene. Richard M. Keene. Lisa Yvonne Carney Griffin. Carol Ann Kiesler. Barbara A. Keating. Paul Hanlon Keating. Leo Russell Keene III. Brenda Kegler. Chandler Raymond Keller. Joseph John Keller. Peter R. Kellerman. Joseph P. Kelly. Frederick H. Kelly III. James Joseph Kelly. Joseph A. Kelly. Maurice P. Kelly. Richard John Kelly Jr. Thomas Michael Kelly. Thomas Richard Kelly. Thomas W. Kelly. Timothy Colin Kelly. William Hill Kelly Jr. Robert Clinton Kennedy. And my Uncle Noel Mayers. Uncle Noel, I'm so proud to be named after you. I love hearing stories about you, and I try to follow your example of showing kindness to everyone I meet and living life to the fullest. Our family misses you, and we ask you to please continue watching over us. You'll never be forgotten, Uncle Noel. And my uncle, Richard Michael Caggiano. Even though we never met, I always wonder how good of an uncle you would have been. I will always love you, and you will always hold a special place in my heart.
Thomas J. Kennedy.
Yvonne E. Kennedy.
John Richard Keohane.
Ralph Francis Kershaw.
Ronald T. Kerwin.
Howard L. Kestenbaum.
Douglas D. Ketchum.
Ruth Ellen Kettler.
Boris Calif.
Norma Cruz Khan.
Sarah Khan.
Taimur Faraz Khan.
Rajesh Handelwal.
Seilei Ku.
Michael Vernon Kiefer.
Satoshi Kikuchi Hara.
Andrew Jaehoon Kim.
Lawrence Don Kim.
Mary Jo Kimmelman.
Heinrich Kemming.
Karen Ann Kincaid.
Amy R. King,
Andrew M. King,
Lucille Teresa King,
Robert King Jr.,
Lisa King Johnson,
Brian K. Kinney,
Takashi Kino Shita,
Chris Michael Kirby,
Robert Kirkpatrick,
Howard Barry Kirschbaum,
Glenn Davis Kerwin,
Helen Crossan Kittle,
Richard Joseph Clarice,
Peter Anton Klein,
Alan David Kleinberg,
Karen Joyce Klitzman,
Ronald Philip Klepfer,
Stephen A. Knapp,
Eugenie Niezev,
and my grandfather, George Velasquez. He was a security guard for Morgan Stanley. He means so much to my mom, so much to my uncles, so much to his wife, my grandmother, who despite having Alzheimer's still remembers him. And he means so much to those he evacuated. And because of that, he means so much to me.
and my titi, Giovanna Porres. Titi, we miss you every single day. We know you're with us every single day. I wish you got a chance to meet your niece, Ava, who has your name as her middle name. I know you're watching over her every day, and I know you're watching over us every day.
Andrew James Knox,
Thomas Patrick Knox,
Rebecca Lee Kabori,
Deborah A. Kobus,
Gary Edward Keckler,
Frank J. Kostner,
Ryan Cohart,
Vanessa Lynn Shibalo Kolpak,
Irina Kolpakova,
Suzanne Rose Kondratenko,
Abdullah Kone,
Bong Siok Ku,
Dorata Kopikitsu,
Scott Michael Kopitko,
Bohan George Kostich,
Danielle Kusulis,
David P. Kolvechin,
John J. Kren,
William Edward Krakowski,
Ludmila Kusido,
Toshia Kuge,
Shekhar Kumar,
Kenneth Bruce Kumpel,
Frederick Ku Jr.,
Patricia A. Koras,
Noka Kushitani,
Thomas Joseph Kuvakis,
Victor Kwarkai,
Raymond Kui Fei Kwok,
Angela Reed Kite,
Andrew Lacorte,
Carol Ann LaPlante,
Jeffrey G. Latouche,
Catherine L. Labori,
Amarnath Lachman,
Ganesh K. Ladkot,
James Patrick Ladley,
Joseph A. LaFalce,
Jeanette Louise Lafon Menachino,
David James LaForge,
and my cousin Noel Mayers. Noel, we love you, we miss you, you'll never be forgotten. Your legacy lives on, and we're grateful to have you as a guardian angel. Until we meet again, cousin.
and my Ridger friends, Brian Bennett, John Candela, Mike LaForte, Sean Lynch from Cantor, and my brother Thomas Harold Bowden Jr. Tommy, it's been 22 years and I miss your crooked smile.
Michael Patrick Laforte,
Alan Charles LaFrance,
Juan Mendez Lafuente,
Neil Kwang Wei Lei,
Vincent Anthony Layeta,
William David Lake,
Franco Lalama,
Chow Quam Lam,
Michael S. Lamana,
Stephen Lamontia,
Amy Hope Lamonsoff,
Robert T. Lane,
Brandon Mark Lang,
Roseanne P. Lang.
Vanessa Lang Langer.
Mary Lou Langley.
Peter J. Langon.
Thomas Michael Langone.
Michelle Bernadette Lanza.
Ruth Sheila Lappin.
Ingeborg A.D. Larrabee.
Robin Blair Larkey.
Judith Camila LaRoque.
Christopher Randall Larrabee.
Hamidou S. Larry.
Scott Larson.
John Adam Larson.
Natalie Janice Lasden.
Gary Edward Lasco.
Nicholas Craig Lassman.
Paul Lasinski.
Charles A. Sorensen.
Stephen James Lauria.
Maria Lavache.
Dennis Francis Lavelle.
Janine Mary Laverde.
Anna A. Laverty.
Stephen Lawn.
Robert A. Lawrence Jr. And
I have one more. Nathaniel Lawson.
and my cousin Lucia Crifasi. My dear angel Lucy, you got child Gio and I love you every day of our life. Maria and Frank miss you and miss you. Now you are together with my husband, Rosario Floro. Vi voglio bene, mie due grandi amori. May God bless this country.
And my brother, Harvey Joseph Gardner III. Harvey, you're in our prayers and our hearts every day. The courage and compassion, the kindness that you showed on 9/11 and throughout your short life will always inspire us to live better lives. May our loved ones all be at peace. May they feel our love. May they be honored always. And may there be justice and accountability for them and ongoing care and support for those still suffering from 9/11's ongoing impacts.
David W. Lachek.
Eugene Gabrielle Lazar.
James Patrick Leahy.
Joseph Gerard Levy.
Neil J. Levy.
Robert G. LeBlanc.
Leon Labor.
Kenneth Charles Leday.
Alan J. Letterman.
Alina F. Ledesma.
Alexis Leduc.
Daniel John Lee.
David S. Lee.
Young Chu Lee.
Gary H. Lee.
Yoon Jun Lee.
Juanita Lee.
Catherine Blair Lee.
Linda C. Lee.
Lorraine Mary Green Lee.
Mi Young Woo Lee.
Richard Y. C. Lee.
Stuart Soo Jin Lee.
Yang Der Lee.
Stephen Paul Lefkowitz.
Adriana Legros.
Edward Joseph Lehman.
Eric Herdfield.
David R. Leastman.
David Prudencio Lamange.
Joseph Anthony Lenahan.
John Joseph Lennon Jr.
John Robertson Lenoir.
Jorge Luis Leon Sr.
Matthew G. Leonard.
Michael Laporte.
Charles A. Lesperance.
Jeff Levine.
John Dennis Levi.
Alicia Karen Levin.
And my uncle, John M. Poacher, a bond broker at Cantor Fitzgerald. We all miss you so incredibly much and will always carry on your memory with us. Love you forever and always.
And my son, Darrell LaRon McKinney, Tower 1, Cantor Fitzgerald. And his beautiful fiancée, Angela Rosario, which worked for Cantor also. We lost both of them. We, the two families, continue to stay united for 22 years. They say, never forget. We can't forget. We are living their legacy as if they were still here together.
Neil David Levin.
Robert Levine.
Robert Michael Levine.
Shai Levenhar.
Daniel M. Lewin.
Adam J. Lewis.
Jennifer Lewis.
Kenneth E. Lewis.
Margaret Susan Lewis.
Yi Wei Liang.
Orasfri Liang Thanasarn.
Daniel F. Libretti.
Ralph Michael Lichardi.
Edward Lichtshine.
Samantha L. Lightborn Allen.
Stephen Barry Lilienthal.
Carlos R. Lilo.
Craig Damian Lalore.
Arnold Arboleda Lim.
Daria Lin.
Wei Rong Lin.
Nikki L. Lindo.
Thomas V. Linehan Jr.
Robert Thomas Linane.
Alan Patrick Linton Jr.
Diane Teresa Lapari.
Kenneth P. Lira Arevalo.
Francisco Alberto Liriano.
Lorraine Lisi.
Paul Lisson.
Vincent M. Lito.
Ming Hao Lu.
Nancy Liz.
Harold Liscano.
Martin Lazul.
George Andrew Janis.
Elizabeth C. Logler.
Catherine Lisa Laguidice.
Jerome Robert Lohez.
Michael William Lomax.
And my father, Police Officer Paul Talty, we love and miss you always.
And my brother-in-law, hero firefighter, Rescue 1, Kenneth Joseph Marino. I only wish you got to play baseball and softball with Sophia and Zachary.
Stephen V. Long.
Laura Maria Longing.
Salvatore P. Lopes.
Daniel Lopez.
George Lopez.
Luis Manuel Lopez.
Maclovio Lopez Jr.
Manuel L. Lopez.
Joseph Lostrangio.
Chet Deck Louis.
Stuart Side Lewis.
Joseph Lovero.
Sarah Elizabeth Lowe.
Jenny Sue Quang Lo Wong.
Michael W. Lowe.
Gary W. Lozier.
John P. Lozowski.
Charles Peter Lucania.
Edward Hobbs Luckett II.
Mark Gavin Ludvigsen.
Lee Charles Ludwig.
Sean Thomas Lungano.
Daniel Lugo.
Marie Lucas.
William Lum Jr.
Michael P. London.
Christopher E. Lunder.
Anthony Luparello.
Gary Frederick Lutnick.
Linda Ann Rusacone.
Alexander Ligon.
C.C. Lyles.
Farrell Peter Lynch.
James Francis Lynch,
James T. Lynch, Jr.,
Louise A. Lynch,
Michael Cameron Lynch,
Michael Francis Lynch,
Michael Francis Lynch,
Richard D. Lynch, Jr.,
and my brother, Francis Jude Feely. I had a nice short speech about what I've missed about my brother Fran these years and what he has missed, like the birth of his two grandsons, Justin and Lucas, his daughter's weddings, how I missed the unity that the country had on September 12th, and I would like to get that back. But I lost a dear friend to suicide this past week, and I cannot let that go without saying something about that tragic loss and all of the tragic losses so many people have suffered. So those of you who are suffering, please reach out, say something. It's okay to say you're not okay. Most people experience periods of not being okay. We can't help you if we don't know. Reach out to somebody, or if you prefer to talk to a stranger, pick up the phone, call or text 988, the Suicide Prevention Hotline. Please, and I thank you.
and my nephew, Gregory Milanowitz. Greg is up in heaven now with his father, Joseph, who we just lost 2 weeks ago. Our family prayers go out to everyone who lost someone 22 years ago. We continue to pray for all of us and for the people that we continue to lose. We will continue as a family to pray, and we are hoping for blessings from above, and we could only say we will never forget. Thank you.
Robert Henry Lynch, Jr.
Sean P. Lynch.
Sean Patrick Lynch.
Terrence M. Lynch.
Michael J. Lyons.
Monica Ann Lyons.
Nahaman Lyons IV.
Patrick John Lyons.
Robert Francis Mace.
Marianne McFarland.
Jan Makajewski.
Susan A. McKay.
William Macko.
Catherine Fairfax McCrae.
Richard Blaine Madden.
Simone Madison.
Noel C. Mares.
Jennyine Maffio.
Joseph Maffeo.
J. Robert Magazine.
Brian McGee.
Charles W. McGee.
Joseph V. McGaddy.
Ronald Magnuson.
Daniel L. Mayer.
Thomas A. Mahone.
William J. Mahoney.
Joseph Daniel Mayo.
Linda C. Mayer Grayling.
Takashi Makimoto.
Abdu Ali Malahi.
Deborah I. Maldonado.
Mirna T. Maldonado Augusto.
Alfred Russell Malaire.
Gregory James Malone.
Edward Francis Maloney III.
Joseph E. Maloney.
Jean Edward Malloy.
Christian H. Maltby.
Francisco Miguel Mancini.
And my dad, firefighter Christopher Joseph Blackwell, Rescue 3, FDNY.
And my brother, Ronald Philip Klupfer, NYPD ESU Truck 7. Remember it like it was yesterday. There's not a day that goes by that I don't miss you or think of you. So many life experiences, memories cut short by cowards. You were a father, you were a son, you were a brother, an uncle, a friend, a teammate. You'd be proud of your nieces and nephews, especially Robert and CJ. They are proud to call you their uncle, regardless if you've never met. We miss you, we love you, and we thank you. We never forget.
Joseph Mangano.
Sarah Elizabeth Manley.
Deborah M. Manetta.
Marion Victoria Manning.
Terrence John Manning.
James Maunus.
Alfred Giles Padre Joseph Marchand.
Joseph Ross Marchbanks Jr.
Laura A. Marchese.
Hilda Marson.
Peter Edward Mardikian.
Edward Joseph Mardovich.
Charles Joseph Margiata.
Louis Neil Mariani.
Kenneth Joseph Marino.
Lester V. Marino.
Vita Marino.
Kevin D. Marlowe.
Jose Juan Marrero.
John Daniel Marshall.
Shelley A. Marshall.
James Martello.
Michael A. Marty.
Karen Ann Martin.
Peter C. Martin.
Teresa M. Martin.
William J. Martini, Jr.
Brian E. Martineau.
Betsy Martinez.
Edward J. Martinez.
Jose Angel Martinez, Jr.
Robert Gabriel Martinez.
Waleska Martinez.
Lizzie D. Martinez Calderon.
Paul Richard Martini.
Anne Marie Martino Kramer.
Joseph A. Mascali.
Bernard Mascarenas.
Stephen Frank Macy.
Ada L. Mason Acker.
And my very missed brother, firefighter John James Tipping II.
And my missed brother, Stephen J. Weinberg.
I'd like to share with you this Apache grief blessing. May the sun bring you energy every day, bringing light into the darkness of your soul. May the moon softly restore you by light, bathing you in the glow of restful sleep and peaceful dreams. May the rain wash away your worries and cleanse the hurt that sits in your heart. May the breeze blow new strength into your being, and may you believe in the courage of yourself. May you walk gently through the world, keeping your loved one with you always, knowing that you are never parted in the beating of your heart.
Stephen, as your name is read aloud on yet another 9/11, we remember you as a husband, father, son, brother, and friend. Funny, gregarious, and caring. It's just a few of your special qualities that we miss. And although you're no longer with us, we keep you alive in our minds and our hearts. We will never forget. We miss and love you.
Nicholas George Massa.
Patricia Ann Cimaroli Masari.
Michael Massaroli.
Philip William Mastrandrea Jr.
Rudy Mastrocinque.
Joseph Mathai.
Charles William Mathers.
William A. Matson.
Marcelo Matriciano.
Margaret Elaine Maddock.
Dean E. Matson.
Robert D. Matson.
Walter A. Matuza, Jr.
Timothy J. Maud.
Jill Maurer Campbell.
Charles A. Morrow, Jr.
Charles J. Mauro.
Dorothy Mauro.
Nancy T. Morrow.
Robert J. Maxwell.
Renee A. May.
Tyrone May.
Keithroy Marcellus Maynard.
Robert J. Mayo.
Kathy N. Mazza.
Edward Mazzella, Jr.
Jennifer Lynn Mazzata.
Karia Mbaya.
James Joseph McAllery, Jr.
Brian Gerard McAleese.
Patricia Ann McKenney.
Colin R. MacArthur.
Brendan F. McCabe.
Kenneth M. McGrair.
John Kevin McVoy.
Michael McCabe.
Thomas Joseph McCann.
Justin McCarthy.
Kevin M. McCarthy.
Michael Desmond McCarthy.
And to the father of Sophie, Meredith, and myself, whose name I share and who I've never met and who will never be forgotten, David Lucian Williams.
And to my beautiful and loving mom, Deepika Kumar Setaluri. You are missed every day by so many people. I hope you keep looking over us. Thank you for everything. Love you.
Robert G. McCarthy.
Stanley McCaskill.
Katie Marie McCloskey.
Juliana Valentine McCourt.
Ruth Magdalene McCourt.
Charles Austin McCran.
Toniel F. McDay.
Matthew T. McDermott.
Joseph P. McDonald.
Brian Grady McDonnell.
Michael P. McDonald.
John F. McDowell Jr.
Eamon J. McEnany.
John Thomas McErlin Jr.
Daniel Francis McGinley.
Mark Ryan McGinley.
William E. McGinn.
Thomas Henry McGinnis.
Michael Gregory McGinty.
Ann Walsh McGovern.
Scott Martin McGovern.
William J. McGovern.
Stacy Sennis McGowan.
Frances Noel McGuinn.
Thomas F. McGinnis Jr.
Patrick J. McGuire.
Thomas M. McHale.
Keith David McHeffy.
Ann M. McHugh.
Dennis J. McHugh III.
Dennis P. McHugh.
Michael Edward McHugh Jr.
Robert G. McIlvaine.
Donald James McIntyre.
Stephanie Marie McKenna.
Molly L. McKenzie.
Barry J. McKeon.
Evelyn C. McKinney.
Darrell LaRon McKinney.
George Patrick McLaughlin Jr.
And lastly, my loved one, my late wife, Jennifer Lynn Howley, and her unborn child, a woman who brought so much love and joy to not only my life, but to countless others. 22 years seems like a lifetime ago, but there isn't a day that goes by where I don't think of you and your unbelievable smile. Your spirit lives on, particularly with the Performing Arts Center at your high school, which bears your name. It's where current and future students can learn about the believer, the resilient, the vibrant, and stunning beauty that you were. You are forever missed, never forgotten, and forever respected.
And my uncle, Paul Edward Jeffers, we love you, we miss you, and we are reminded and think of you every day.
Robert C. McLaughlin Jr.
Gavin McMahon.
Robert D. McMahon.
Edmund M. McNally.
Daniel Walker McNeil.
Walter Arthur McNeil.
Christine Sheila McNulty.
Sean Peter McNulty.
Robert William McPadden.
Terrence A. McShane.
Timothy Patrick McSweeney.
Martin E. McWilliams.
Rocco A. Medaglia.
Abigail Medina.
Anna Iris Medina.
Damian Meehan.
William J. Meehan Jr.
Alok Kumar Mehta.
Raymond Meisenheimer.
Manuel Emilio Mejia.
Escadar Malacu.
Antonio Melendez.
Mary P. Melendez.
Christopher D. Mello.
Yelena Melnichenko.
Stuart Todd Meltzer.
Direlia Giovanna Mena.
Dora Marie Menchaca.
Charles R. Mendez.
Lizette Mendoza.
Siobhan Alicia Mentis.
Wolfgang Peter Menzel.
Steve John Mercado.
Wilfredo Mercado.
Wellesley Mercer.
Ralph Joseph Marcurio.
Alan Harvey Merdinger.
George L. Marino.
Yamel Josephina Marino.
George Marquires.
And my beautiful cousin, Michelle Marie Reed. You are forever in our hearts, and thank you for continuing to be our guardian angel.
And my uncle, Jaisro Malabuyo T. Chavez. Tito, I heard many great stories about you and lots of achievements you have done. I wish I could see you right now alive and well so that I could tell you all the things that I could do and make great memories with you. We miss you very much, Tito. You are always in our hearts.
Deborah Merrick.
Raymond Joseph Metz III.
Jill Ann Metzler.
David Robert Meyer.
Nurul H. Miha.
William Edward McCauley.
Martin Paul Michelstein.
Patricia E. Mackley.
Ronald D. Milam.
Peter Tig Milano.
Gregory Milanovich.
Louise Tomez Molesky.
Sharon Christina Milan.
Corey Peter Miller.
Craig J. Miller.
Douglas C. Miller.
Henry Alfred Miller, Jr.
Joel Miller.
Michael Matthew Miller.
Nicole Carol Miller.
Philip D. Miller.
Oh, I'm sorry. Benny Millman. We skipped one.
Robert Cromwell Miller, Jr.
I'm going to say Benny Miller.
Charles M. Mills, Jr.
Ronald Keith Milstein.
Robert J. Minara.
William George Minara.
Louis Joseph Minarvino.
Thomas Mangione.
Wilbert Marile.
Dominic M. Makovich.
Rajesh Arjan Mirpuri.
Joseph D. Mastuli.
Susan J. Mishkovich.
Paul Thomas Mitchell.
Richard P. Muccio.
Jeffrey Peter Meldinick.
Frank V. Mochia Sr.
Louis Joseph Modafini.
And my uncle, firefighter Gerard Terrence Nevins. Uncle Jerry, we love you and we miss you every day.
And to my brother Rudolph Riccio. Rudy, I can't believe it's been 22 years. Every time I come down here, all I see is the devastation. God bless you. God bless all of you. Thank you very much.
Boye Mohammed.
Dennis Mojica.
Manuel D. Mojica, Jr.
Kleber Rolando Molina.
Manuel Justin John Molisani, Jr.
Carl Molinaro.
Manuel de Jesus Molina. I went back.
Brian Patrick Monaghan.
Franklin Monahan.
John Gerard Monahan.
Kristen Lee Montanaro.
Craig Montano.
Michael G. Montesi.
Carlos Alberto Montoya.
Antonio de Jesus Montoya Valdez.
Cheryl Ann Monyak.
Thomas Carlo Moody.
Sharon Moore.
Krishna B. Morthy.
Laura Lee DeFazio Morabito.
Abner Morales.
Carlos Manuel Morales.
Paula E. Morales.
Sonia Mercedes Morales Popolo.
Gerard P. Moran Jr.,
John Christopher Moran,
John Michael Moran,
Kathleen Moran,
Lindsay Stapleton Morehouse,
George William Morell,
Stephen P. Morello,
Vincent S. Morello,
Yvette Nicole Moreno,
Dorothy Morgan,
Richard J. Morgan,
Nancy Morgenstern,
Sane Mori,
Blanca Robertina Morocho,
Lionel Geronimo Morocho,
Dennis Gerard Maroney,
and my beautiful sister, Jill Ann Metzler. You were the best daughter, sister, aunt, cousin, niece, and friend to many. We all miss your big smile, your laughter, your zest for life, and soaring free spirit. Our precious memories keep you close. When there is a rainbow in the sky, your mom believes you sent it to us. We all love you and miss you so much. You are always in our hearts.
and my uncle, firefighter Eric Taub Olson. I know you through stories and your sacrifice that will never be forgotten. Thanks for watching over us when we needed it most. We love and miss you every day.
Lynn Irene Morris.
Odessa V. Morris.
Seth Allen Morris.
Steve Morris.
Christopher Martell Morrison.
Ferdinand V. Marone.
William David Moscow.
Brian A. Moss.
Marco Matroni.
Cynthia Motis Wilson.
Yuri A. Muchinsky.
Jude Joseph Musa.
Peter Mutos.
Damian O'Neill Mowat.
Teddington H. Moy.
Christopher Michael Mazzillo.
Stephen Vincent Mulderry.
Richard T. Muldowney Jr.
Michael D. Mullen.
Dennis Michael Mulligan.
Peter James Mulligan.
Michael Joseph Mullen.
James Donald Munhall.
Nancy Muniz.
Francisco Hilario Munoz.
Carlos Mario Munoz.
Teresa Munson.
Robert Michael Murak.
Cesar Augusto Murillo.
Mark A. Marolo.
Brian Joseph Murphy.
Charles Anthony Murphy.
Christopher W. Murphy.
Edward Charles Murphy.
James F. Murphy IV.
James Thomas Murphy.
Kevin James Murphy.
Patrick Jude Murphy.
Patrick Sean Murphy.
Raymond E. Murphy.
And my cousins, firefighter Michael T. Carroll, FDNY Ladder 3, and my cousin, firefighter Peter J. Carroll, FDNY Squad 1. Rest easy, brothers. I have the watch.
And my father, James Robert Ostrowski, who we love and miss every day.
Robert Eddie Murphy, Jr.
John Joseph Murray.
John Joseph Murray.
Susan D. Murray.
Valerie Victoria Murray.
Richard Todd Myrie.
Louis J. Nackey II.
Robert B. Nagel.
Mildred Rose Naiman.
Takuya Nakamura.
Alexander John Robert Napier.
Frank Joseph Naples III.
John Philip Napolitano.
Catherine Ann Nardella.
Mario Nardone, Jr.
Manika K. Narula.
Sean M. Nasani.
Narendra Nath.
Karen Susan Navarro.
Joseph M. Navis.
Francis Joseph Nazario.
Glenroy I. Neblett.
Raymond Marcus Neblet,
Jerome O. Ned,
Lawrence F. Nadell,
Luke G. Nee,
Pete Negron,
Lori Ann Nera,
Ann N. Nelson,
David William Nelson,
Ginger Risco Nelson,
James A. Nelson,
Michelle Ann Nelson,
Peter Ann Nelson,
Oscar Francis Nesbitt,
Gerard Terrence Nevins,
Renee Tetranol Newell,
Christopher C. Newton,
Christopher Newton Carter,
Nancy Yuen Nago,
and my brother-in-law, my wife Eileen's only brother, Reuben Esquilin Jr., a clown, someone that loved to joke around, a shining example of someone who was totally selfless, who coached and refereed as a volunteer on countless teams. And joking till just now, I was online and an acorn hit my head, and I know it was you. Reuben, that was absolutely you. God bless you, and God bless these United States of America.
and my grandfather, Cesar Amaranto Alviar. We love you and we miss you every single day. We hope that we make you proud and can't wait to see you again.
Kang Nigok Nigwen.
Jody Tepedino Nachilo.
Kathleen Ann Nicosia.
Martin Stewart Niederer.
Alphonse Joseph Niedermeyer.
Frank John Niestad Jr.
Gloria Nieves.
Juan Nieves Jr.
Troy Edward Nilsson.
Paul Nimbley.
John Valentine Niven.
Catherine McGarry Noack.
Curtis Terrence Noel.
Michael A. Noeth.
Daniel R. Nolan.
Robert Walter Noonan.
Jacqueline June Norton.
Robert Grant Norton.
Daniela Rosalia Notaro.
Brian Christopher Novotny.
Sochi Nomata.
Brian Nunez.
Jose Nunez.
Jeffrey Roger Nussbaum.
James A. Oakley.
Dennis Patrick Oberg.
James P. O'Brien, Jr.
Michael P. O'Brien.
Daniel O. Callahan.
Timothy Michael O'Brien.
Diana J. O'Connor.
Keith Kevin O'Connor.
Richard O'Connor.
Amy O'Doherty.
Marnie Hunt O'Doherty.
Douglas E. Oschlager.
Takashi Ogawa.
Albert Ogletree.
And my loving brother, Ricknott Jaggernaut. Rick, I know you're in heaven right now listening, and I want you to know that we love you, we miss you, and we will never forget you. And to the terrorists and those who support terrorism, I would like you to know that we hate, we despise your theology, your philosophy, your beliefs. And God bless the United States of America, the greatest country in the world.
And my brother, Donald Walter Robertson, Jr. Donnie, words cannot express how much you are missed and loved. Your legacy lives on through our family, your 4 beautiful children, Michael, Matthew, Madison, Kevin, and soon-to-be granddaughter. your extended family of friends, and of course, Team Shamrock with the Tunnel to Towers Foundation, we choose to remember how you lived, so fearless and full of life, rather how you left us. And we vow to never forget. God bless you, Donnie, and God bless these United States of America.
Philip Paul Ognebeni.
John A. Oganowski.
James Andrew O'Grady.
Joseph J. Ogren.
Thomas G. O'Hagan.
Samuel Ortiz.
Patrick J. O'Keefe.
William O'Keefe.
Gerald Michael Alcott.
Gerald Thomas O'Leary.
Christine Ann Olander.
Linda Mary Oliva.
Edward K. Oliver.
Leah Elizabeth Oliver.
Eric Taub Olson.
Jeffrey James Olson.
Barbara K. Olson.
Maureen Lyons Olson.
Stephen John Olson.
Matthew Timothy O'Mahony.
Toshihiro Onda.
Seamus L. O'Neill.
John P. O'Neill.
Peter J. O'Neill, Jr.
Sean Gordon Corbett O'Neill.
Betty Ann Ong.
Michael C. Opperman.
Christopher T. Orgilowicz.
Margaret Quinn Olorski.
Virginia Ann Ormiston.
Ruben S. Ornado.
Kevin M. O'Rourke.
Ronald Orsini.
Peter Keith Ortali.
Juan Ortega Campos.
Jane Marie Orth.
Alexander Ortiz.
David Ortiz.
Emilio Pete Ortiz.
Pablo Ortiz.
My uncle, Timothy George Grazioso, and my father, John Michael Grazioso. We miss you, we love you, and we think about you every day.
And my father, Norberto Hernandez. We love you and we miss you.
Paul Ortiz, Jr.
Sonia Ortiz.
Masaru Ose.
Patrick J. O'Shea.
Robert William O'Shea.
Elsie Carolina Osorio Oliva.
James R. Ostrowski.
Timothy Franklin O'Sullivan.
Jason Douglas Oswald.
Michael John Otten.
Isidro D. Ottenwalder.
Michael Chung U.
Todd Joseph Ueda.
Jesus Ovalis.
Peter J. Owens, Jr.
Adianis Oyela.
Angel M. Pabon, Jr.
Israel Paben Jr.
Roland Pacheco.
Michael Benjamin Packer.
Diana B. Padro.
Deepa Pakala.
Jeffrey Matthew Palazzo.
Thomas Palazzo.
Richard A. Palazzolo.
Oreo Joseph Palman.
Frank Anthony Palumbo.
Alan N. Palumbo.
Christopher Matthew Panettiere.
Dominic Lisa Pandolfo.
Jonas Martin Panic.
Paul J. Pansini.
John M. Paolillo.
Edward Joseph Papa.
Salvatore T. Papasso.
James Nicholas Papageorge.
Marie Papalardo.
Vinod Kumar Parakat.
Vijaya Shankar Paramsathi.
Nitin Ramesh Parandikar.
and my uncle Nurul H. Mia, and my aunt Shakila Yasmin. Together they worked for Marshall McLennan on the 97th floor in Tower 1. Their love for each other was the kind found in movies. We love and miss you both.
My brother-in-law Anil Shivhari Umarkar, you would be very proud of your wife, Preeti, for your beautiful daughter, Vamika, to be a strong and confident adult. And my husband, Ganesh K. Ladkat, both of them were in Tower 1, Cantor Fitzgerald. Keep smiling on us.
Hardai Purbo.
James Wendell Parham.
Deborah Marie Harris.
George Paris.
G. Young Park.
Philip Lacey Parker.
Michael Elaine Parks.
Robert E. Parks, Jr.
Hashmukh C. Parmar.
Robert Paro.
Diane Marie Parsons.
Leobardo Lopez Pascual.
Michael J. Pascuma, Jr.
Gerald Hughes Paskins.
Horace Robert Passananti.
Suzanne H. Passaro.
Anish Rambai Patel.
Dipti Patel.
Manish Patel.
Stephen Bennett Patterson.
James Matthew Patrick.
Manuel D. Patricino.
Bernard E. Patterson.
Clifford L. Patterson, Jr.
Sierra Marie Patty.
Robert E. Pattison.
James Robert Hall.
Patrice Paz.
Victor Hugos Paz.
Stacy Lynn Peak.
Richard Allen Perlman.
Durrell V. Pearsall, Jr.
Thomas Nicholas Pecorelli.
Thomas Pedicini.
Todd Douglas Polino.
Mike Adrian Pelletier.
Anthony G. Peluso.
Angel R. Pena.
Robert Penninger.
Richard Al Penny.
And for my brother, Michael H. Seaman, and Julia's father, Jeffrey Coombs. Mike, you are with us through spirit throughout our lives, especially during the weddings of your children, Michaela to Pat, Mary to Paul, and both you and Jeff were with us in spirit at the wedding of Eddie to Julia. Mike, you've been with us in spirit as Dara became a grandmother to baby Hope. And we know you'll be with us in spirit at the birth of your grandson this winter. May God bless all the 9/11 families.
And my uncle, Lieutenant Glenn C. Perry Sr., it is an honor to be your niece. Although our time was cut way too short, I'm grateful for the 9 years of memories we have. Life is not the same without you. We love and miss you every day, but find comfort knowing you're in heaven with Grandpa, Aunt Arlene, and Aunt Barbara.
Salvatore F. Pepe.
Carl Allen B. Peralta.
Robert David Peraza.
John A. Perconti Jr.
Alejo Perez.
Angel Perez Jr.
Angela Susan Perez.
Anthony Perez.
Ivan Antonio Perez.
Nancy E. Perez.
Barry Berenson Perkins.
Joseph John Peranchino.
Edward J. Parata.
Imelda H. Perry.
Glenn C. Perry Sr.
John William Perry.
Franklin Allen Persha.
Danny Pesci.
Michael John Pescherine.
Davin N. Pedersen.
Donald Arthur Peterson.
Jean Hoadley Peterson.
William Russell Peterson.
Mark James Petroselli.
Philip Scott Petty.
Glenn Kerwin Petit.
Dominic A. Pizzulo.
Kaylin Elizabeth Pizzuti.
Kevin J. Pfeiffer.
Tuan Pham.
Kenneth John Phelan Sr.
Sania Ann Philip.
Eugenia McCann Piantieri.
Ludwig John Picaro.
Matthew Paserno.
Joseph O. Pick.
Christopher J. Pickford.
Dennis J. Pierce.
Bernard Petronico.
Nicholas P. Petrunti.
And my grandfather, Edward Joseph Papa. Grandpa Eddie, even though I never got to meet you, I feel like I've known you forever. From stories and videos and pictures, it's almost as if you're still here. I feel your presence when the family says grace at the dinner table and when we pray at church. Even though my cousins and I wish we could have known you and had fun with you, we will always remember and honor you every day. We love you, Grandpa Eddie.
Remembering my brother Daniel Van Laer. He is loved and remembered by family, friends, and loved ones.
Theodoros Pigus.
Susan Elizabeth Pinto.
Joseph Piscadlo.
Christopher Todd Pittman.
Joshua Michael Piver.
Robert R. Plaisir III.
Zandra F. Plaisir.
Joseph Plumatalo.
John M. Pocher.
William Howard Pullman.
Lawrence Michael Poltish.
Thomas H. Polhamus.
Steve Policino.
Susan M. Polio.
Darren H. Pontel.
Joshua Isua Poptine.
Giovanna Horace.
Anthony Portillo.
James Edward Potorti.
Daphne Puletsas.
Richard N. Poulos.
Stephen Emmanuel Poulos.
Brandon Jerome Powell.
Scott Allen Powell.
Sean Edward Powell.
Antonio Dorsey Pratt.
Gregory M. Preziosi.
Wanda Ivalis Prince.
Vincent A. Princiota.
Kevin M. Pryor.
Everett Martin Proctor III.
Carrie Beth Projan.
David Lee Prume.
Richard A. Pruntney.
John Foster Puckett.
Robert David Pugliese.
Edward F. Poulos.
Patricia Ann Puma.
Jack D. Punches.
Hermaith Kumar Putur.
And my brother, Brian Joseph Murphy. We love you and miss you.
And my brother, Michael E. Tinley. Mike was in town for a appointment that day. We had a very fortuitous phone call with him telling me exactly where he was in the North Tower while I looked at him from my apartment 5 blocks away. So it was very interesting as we were planning our lunch date on Wednesday, September 12th. Mike, we miss you. You have a lot of company now with 5 of our other siblings joining you. And your daughters are doing phenomenal. Their families are great. Your grandchildren have been here. 1 year, I know that they'll be here reading your name, and we love you and miss you.
Joseph J. Pysor Jr.
Edward R. Pycon.
Christopher Quackenbush.
Lars Peter Qualbin.
Lincoln Quape.
Beth Ann Quigley.
Patrick J. Quigley IV.
Michael T. Quilty.
James Francis Quinn.
Ricardo J. Quinn.
Carol Millicent Robales.
Christopher Peter Anthony Racanello.
Leonard J. Regalia.
Eugene J. Raggio.
Laura Marie Ragnisi Sneck.
Michael Paul Ragusa.
Peter Frank Raimondi.
Harry A. Rains.
Lisa J. Rains.
Etisham Raja.
Vasul Raju.
Edward J. Rawl.
Lucas Rambusek.
Maria Ramirez.
Harry Ramos.
Vishnu Ramsarup.
Deborah A. Ramazar.
Lorenzo E. Ramsey.
Alfred Todd Ranke.
Adam David Rand.
Jonathan C. Randall.
Shreyas S. Ranganath.
Ann T. Ransom.
Fina Rappaport.
Rhonda Sue Rasmussen.
Robert A. Rasmussen.
Aminia Razul.
R. Mark Rossweiler.
Marcia D. Ratchford.
David Allen James Rathke.
And my brother, Asael Ishmael Vasquez. May you be remembered forever. You went to a day of work to provide for your spouse and your daughter and never made it home. You were the glue to our family, and you were the best brother, best son, best dad, best friend to any and everybody who knew you. You were just a light to this world, and now you're just our guardian angel. We love you, and we miss you every single day.
And my dad, Yudhvir Singh Jain. Dad, there's so much to say and not enough time. I never thought the last time I'd see you was when you dropped me off freshman year of college. It was a lifetime ago that I saw you drive away, looking back at me waving in your red flannel shirt. And the moment the North Tower was hit, I was picking up a package you had sent me. You were always there for me, and I just hope you're proud of who I've grown up to be. Thank you for loving us, Dad, and thank you for being my dad.
William Ralph Raub.
Gerard F. Rousey.
Alexei Rabuzev.
Gregory Rita.
Sarah Ann Redheffer.
Michelle Marie Reed.
Judith Ann Reese.
Donald J. Regan.
Robert M. Regan.
Thomas Michael Regan.
Christian Michael Otto Regenhard.
Howard Reich.
Greg Reedy.
James Brian Riley.
Kevin O'Reilly.
Timothy E. Riley.
Joseph Reyna Jr.
Thomas Barnes Reinig.
Frank Bennett Reisman.
Joshua Scott Reese.
Karen Renda.
John Armand Rio.
Richard Cyril Rescorla.
John Thomas Resta.
Sylvia San Pio Resta.
Martha M. Reski.
David E. Rettick.
Todd H. Rubin.
Luis Clodoaldo Revilla Mayer.
Edwiges Reyes Jr.
Bruce Albert Reynolds.
John Frederick Rhodes.
Francis Seviero Riccardelli.
Rudolph N. Riccio.
Anne Marie Riccoboni.
David Harlow Rice.
Eileen Mary Rice.
Kenneth Frederick Rice III.
Celia E. Richard.
Vernon Allen Richard.
Irina Kopakova. And a special shout out in honor of my cousin Steve Belson, who was a lifeguard in Rockaway Beach, New York, before becoming a firefighter. So all you lifeguards out there, keep on training, keep on preparing, keep on saving lives. And I want to say one thing. 22 years ago, this site and the lives of so many people were destroyed by one thing, and that's hatred. And America since then has shown the world that the terrorists and the hate must be defeated. So I ask all the people and nations of the world, and even many of our politicians, some who have sadly left this site already, let's stop the hatred. Americans cherish life and freedom. So please, everybody, stop the hate between us all. We deserve better. God bless America, land of the free and home of the brave.
And my sister-in-law, Bella J. Buchan. Bella, you're so loved. So many years have passed, but our memory of you is stronger today than ever before. I remember your smile, the way you used to laugh, the way you danced, your beauty inside and out, your passion for life. Our memories of you and the stories we share keeps us right next to us. We all miss you so much and love you forever.
Claude Daniel Richards.
Gregory David Richards.
Michael Richards.
Venetia Orintia Richards.
Jimmy Riches.
Alan J. Richmond.
John M. Rigo.
Frederick Charles Remley III.
Rose Mary Riso.
Moises N. Rivas.
Joseph R. Ravelli Jr.
Carmen Alicia Rivera.
Isaiah Rivera.
Juan William Rivera.
Linda Evelise Rivera.
David E. Rivers.
Joseph R. Reverso.
Paul V. Ritza.
John Frank Rizzo.
Stephen Lewis Roach.
Joseph Roberto.
Leo Arthur Roberts.
Michael E. Roberts.
Firefighter Michael Edward Roberts.
Donald Walter Robertson, Jr.
Jeffrey Robinson.
Michelle Lee Jean Robotham.
Donald Arthur Robson.
Antonio A. Rocha.
Raymond James Rocha.
Laura Rockefeller.
John Michael Rodick.
Antonio Jose Rodriguez.
Firefighter Anthony Rodriguez.
Carmen Milagros Rodriguez.
Gregory E. Rodriguez.
Marcia A. Rodriguez.
Myra Valdez Rodriguez.
Richard Rodriguez.
David Bartolo Rodriguez Vargas.
And my brother, Ronald J. Rubin. We miss you. We love you. Keep watching over us and show us some more signs. We love seeing them.
And my son, Ryan Daniel Fitzgerald. As it was on September 11th, 2001, so it remains today, 22 years later. Guy, your mom, your sisters, your family, your friends, and I still love you and still miss you so very, very much. May God bless the holy innocents we memorialize today. God bless the FDNY, NYPD, our military, all first responders. God bless New York City, and God bless America.
Matthew Rogan.
Jean Destrehan Rogier.
Carly Rogers.
Scott William Roner.
Keith Michael Roma.
Joseph M. Romignolo.
Efrain Romero Sr.
Elvin Romero.
James A. Romito.
Sean Paul Rooney,
Eric Thomas Rupatia,
Aida Rosario,
Angela Rosario,
Mark H. Rosen,
Brooke David Rosenbaum,
Linda Rosenbaum,
Cheryl Lynn Rosenbaum,
Lloyd Daniel Rosenberg,
Mark Lewis Rosenberg,
Andrew Ida Rosenblum,
Joshua M. Rosenblum,
Joshua Allen Rosenthal,
Richard David Rosenthal,
Philip Martin Rosenswag,
Daniel Rossetti,
Richard Barry Ross,
Norman S. Rossenow,
Nicholas P. Rosamundo,
Michael Craig Rothberg,
Donna Marie Rothenberg,
Nicholas Charles Alexander Rowe,
James Michael Rowe,
Judy Rowlett,
Edward V. Rowenhurst,
Paul G. Ruback,
Timothy Allen Roy Sr.,
Joanne Rubino,
Ronald J. Rubin,
Joanne Rubino,
David M. Ruddle,
and my dear sister, Rena Alana Sam, who I miss dearly, as well as her unborn child. I'll remember her forever. I'm proud to be American, and God bless America, where freedom and justice will prevail.
and my cousin, James Joseph Kells. He was a driving force in my life and an incredible human being. Even the train conductor from his train every day came to his funeral. That is the kind of person he was. And there's nothing I can say that will share your life with everyone, but we all are here. The girls are great, and now you have a grandson, and Joe has done amazing. Thank you all for coming, and thank you, Mayor Bloomberg, for staying.
Bart Joseph Ruggieri,
Susan A. Ruggiero,
Adam Keith Ruhalter,
Gilbert Ruiz,
Robert E. Russell,
Stephen P. Russell,
Stephen Harris Russin,
Michael Thomas Russo Sr.,
Wayne Allen Russo,
William R. Ruth,
Edward Ryan,
John Joseph Ryan,
Jonathan Stephen Ryan,
Matthew L. Ryan,
Tatiana Rijova,
Christina Sunga Ryuk,
Thierry Sada,
Jason Elisar Sabag,
Thomas E. Sabella,
Scott H. Saber,
Charles E. Sabin Sr.,
Joseph Francis Sacerdote,
Jessica Lee Sachs,
Francis John Sudoka,
Jude Elias Safi,
Brock Joel Safronoff,
Edward Saya,
John Patrick Salamone,
Marjorie C. Salamone,
Hernando Rafael Salas,
Juan G. Salas,
Esmerlin Antonio Salcedo,
John Pepe Salerno,
Rama Sali and her unborn child,
Richard L. Salinardi, Jr.,
Wayne John Solomon,
Norbert Solomon,
Catherine Patricia Salter,
Frank G. Salvatierra,
Paul Richard Salvo.
And my brother, Thomas Swift. Your family loves and misses you. You may have been torn from us that day, but your love and memories will never be torn from our hearts. We miss you. And please take care of Teresa.
And my nephew, David Prudencio Lamagne, age 27, police officer, Port Authority of New York and New Jersey. You did not set out to be a hero on that fateful day, but nothing could have deterred you from the selfless sacrifice marked on you by the hand of God since the day before you were born. David, you are missed, you are remembered, you are loved always and forever. On September 11th, we remember our loved ones lost, what occurred here at the World Trade Center, at the Pentagon, and a field in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. But I like to remember what happened on September 12th. We got up, and we continue to get up by coming here year after year. You can't keep Americans down because getting up is what we do best. On September 12th, I walked from Upper Manhattan to this site. Nothing could have prepared me for the horror I witnessed standing on the West Side Highway amid the rubble of what was the two towers. So with that in mind, I'd like to extend a very special thank you to all of our first responders who came from far and wide, but most especially the NYPD, the FDNY, the Port Authority Police Department, and these special men and women who we often sometimes don't even think as first responders, the iron workers. The iron workers who put up buildings in this city and who tear them apart brick by brick. We thank you all, patriots, one and all. You are our heroes. God bless you all, and God bless the United States of America.
Samuel Robert Salvo, Jr.
Carlos Alberto Samaniego.
John P. Sammartino.
James Kenneth Samuel, Jr.
Michael San Philip.
Hugo M. Sene.
Alba Cynthia Jeffries Sanchez.
Jacqueline Patrice Sanchez.
Jesus Sanchez.
Raymond Sanchez.
Eric M. Sand.
Stacy Leigh Sanders.
Herman S. Sandler.
Jim Sands, Jr.
Aileen J. Santiago.
Kirsten Reese Santiago.
Maria Teresa Concepcion Santillan.
Susan Gail Santo.
Christopher A. Santora.
John August Santora.
Mario L. Santoro.
Rafael Humberto Santos.
Rufino C.F. Santos III.
Victor J. Saracini.
Kalyan K. Sakar.
Chappelle Renee Stewart Sarker.
Paul F. Sarl.
Deepika Kumar Sataluri.
Gregory Thomas Sacedo.
Vladimir Savinkin.
Anthony Sabas.
Susan M. Sarr.
John Michael Sabarbaro.
David M. Scales.
Robert Louis Scandol.
Michelle Scarpetta.
Dennis Scauso.
John Albert Sharp.
John G. Sharp.
Fred C. Sheffield Jr.,
Angela Susan Scheinberg,
Scott Mitchell Schertzer,
Sean Shelke,
Stephen Francis Schlag,
Robert A. Schlegel,
John Schlissel,
Karen Helene Schmidt,
Ian Schneider,
Thomas G. Scholes,
Frank G. Schott Jr.,
Gerard Patrick Schrang,
Jeffrey H. Schreier,
John T. Schrader,
Susan Lee Laspa Schuler,
Edward W. Shunk,
Mark Evan Schermeyer,
John Burkhart Schwartz,
Mark Schwartz,
Adrian Victoria Sibeta,
Rafael Skorka,
and my soul sister and Annie Christina Songa Yuk. We grew up inseparable, and my heart weighs so heavy without you here with me today. Every day there are reminders all around me of you, and I often ask myself, what would Christina say about this? Working for Cantor Fitzgerald on the 104th floor of the North Tower, you did not survive. We have done our best to turn this tragedy into good by keeping your memory alive. Since 9/11/2001, we have had 27 students receive your scholarship to follow in your footsteps from Westlake High School to the University of Michigan. You would be so proud that your nephew Colin just graduated from U of M this past spring, and your niece Evelyn just graduated from Westlake, and my Mina started her freshman year there. I have taken my 6 kids back to Michigan to see all the places we ate, where we hung out, and hear all the stories about their Aunt Christina. Porter Library's Christina's Corner and the reading room at Westlake High School also keep your memory alive. A big thank you to Andrew, Rob, and all of our Westlake family for their constant efforts to ensure that our future generations will never forget about you or 9/11. Your legacy also continues on as your nieces Elise and Melanie have your name as part of theirs. Christina, you are an example of how one life, even in passing, continues to make such a difference. Your aunts and uncles, cousins, friends, Cleveland sisters, and Michigan sisters miss you so much. Above all else, your mom and dad miss you more than anything. They truly live for the day that they will meet you again. Your Amma and Appa said this, "Keep in peace until we get there, Songa." Let this day be a reminder of the good that can come from such a tragedy, the good that can come from one life loved and lost. A reminder of how our country came together as one to pick up the pieces and rebuild. Let us not be divided today, but stay humbled and reminded of the everyday love, compassion, and gratitude that roots us as a nation. We more than proved that we were capable of this on September 12th. I am humbled and honored to stand before you today. I am humbled and honored to hear the names of the many first responders who bravely marched up those tower stairs to try and save you and so many others. I am humbled and honored to hear the names of so many victims. Christina, we love you, and we will never forget you or 9/11. God bless America. Thank you.
And my aunt Gufari Kamardinova. I keep thinking about how different life could have been if you were still with us, and I wish that you got to see your nieces grow up and become the people that we are today. I always wondered how joyful life would have been with you, the amounts of fun we'd have, all the family gatherings we'd attend, and the amounts of holidays we'd spend together. I wish I had more of you than just a picture on a frame, and although I never had the chance to meet you, I can tell that I love you so much and that we would have gotten along perfectly. We miss you, and you will never be forgotten. Thank you.
Janice M. Scott,
Randolph Scott,
Christopher J. Scudder,
Arthur Warren Scullin,
Michael H. Seaman,
Margaret M. Seliger,
Anthony Segarra,
Carlos Segarra,
Jason M. Sexer,
Matthew Carmen Seleto,
Lieutenant Colonel Michael L. Selves, U.S. Army retired,
Howard Selwyn,
Larry John Senko,
Arturo Angelo Serrano,
Frankie Serrano,
Marion H. Serva,
Alina Sesanova,
Adele Christine Sessa,
Sita Namala Sinareen,
Karen Lynn Seymour,
Davis Greer Cessna Jr.,
Thomas Joseph Sroy,
Jayesh Santalal Shah,
Khalid M. Shahid,
Mohammed Shahjahan,
Gary Shamai,
Earl Richard Shanahan,
Dan F. Shanower,
Neil G. Shastri,
Catherine Ann Shatzoff,
Barbara A. Shaw,
Jeffrey James Shaw,
Robert John Shea Jr.,
Daniel James Shea,
Joseph Patrick Shea,
Kathleen Shearer,
Robert M. Shearer,
Linda June Sheehan,
Hagay Sheffy,
Antoinette M. Sherman,
John Anthony Sherry,
Atsushi Shiratori,
Thomas Joseph Schubert,
Mark Shulman,
C. Wang Shum,
Alan Abraham Schwartzstein,
Claren Shelley Siegel Schwartz,
Joanna Sigmund,
Diane T. Signer,
Gregory Sikorsky,
Fighter Stephen Gerard Siller, New York City Fire Department, Squad 1.
David Silver,
Craig A. Silverstein,
Nasima H. Simji,
Bruce Edward Simmons,
Diane M. Simmons,
Donald D. Simmons,
George W. Simmons,
Arthur Simon,
Kenneth Allen Simon,
and my brother, Lieutenant Philip S. Petty, New York City Fire Department, Ladder 12. Phil was someone I always looked up to as we were growing up in Brooklyn. And after hearing about his actions on that horrific day, 22 years ago, he defined for me what a hero is. Phil is loved deeply and missed dearly by our family and his friends. But his legacy lives on as we all share our favorite stories and memories of his life. Love you, Phil. Talk to you later.
and my beloved father, Brian Thomas Thompson. Dad, you have 5 terrific grandchildren, Serena, Teddy, Harrison, Morgan, and Reagan, who you never got to meet. They would have loved to met their grandpa, Brian. We miss you, we love you, and we'll never forget your memory. Thank you, everyone.
Michael J. Simon,
Paul Joseph Simon,
Marianne LaQuarrie Simone,
Barry Simowitz,
Jane Louise Simpkin,
Jeff Lial Simpson,
Cheryl D. Sincock,
Kamladi Khami Singh,
Roshan Ramesh Singh,
Thomas E. Sinton III,
Peter A. Syracuse,
Muriel F. Siskopolios,
Joseph Michael Sisolak,
John P. Scala,
Francis Joseph Skidmore, Jr.,
Toyana Corliss Skinner,
Paul Albert Skrzypik,
Christopher Paul Slattery,
Vincent Robert Slavin,
Robert F. Sliwag,
Paul Kenneth Sloan,
Stanley S. Magala, Jr.,
Wendy L. Small,
Greg H. Smallwood,
Catherine T. Smith,
Daniel Lorenz Smith,
Gary F. Smith,
George Eric Smith,
Heather Lee Smith,
James Gregory Smith,
Jeffrey R. Smith,
Joyce Patricia Smith,
Carl T. Smith, Sr.,
Kevin Joseph Smith,
Leon Smith, Jr.,
Muria Ann Smith,
Monica Rodriguez Smith,
Rosemary A. Smith,
Bonnie Shiade Smithwick,
Rochelle Monique Snell,
Christine Ann Snyder,
Diane Bullis Snyder,
Leonard J. Snyder, Jr.,
Astrid Elizabeth Solhan,
Sushil S. Solanki,
Ruben Solares,
Naomi Leah Solomon,
Daniel W. Song,
Marie Ray Soper,
Michael Charles Sorresi,
Fabian Soto,
Timothy Patrick Solas,
Gregory Thomas Spagnoletti,
Donald F. Spapinato, Jr.,
Thomas Sparaccio,
John Anthony Spataro,
Robert W. Spear, Jr.,
Robert Spiceman,
Maynard S. Spence, Jr.,
George Edward Spencer III,
and my brother, Michael Wittenstein. Words cannot express how much you are loved and missed. 22 years, it just feels almost like yesterday sometimes. But you would be so proud of your nieces and your nephews. They're growing up so fast. You're missing out on a lot. We love you and we miss you.
and my uncle, Luis Eduardo Torres. Uncle, I hope you're reading this from wherever you are right now, but I just want to say that even though I never got the chance to speak to you, to hear you, nor meet you in person, I know you're the greatest father, uncle, brother, and friend to everyone. From the stories to the pictures given and told by Mamita, mi abuelo. Along with your siblings, just shows how much of a loving son, brother you were to them. And wherever you went, everyone wanted to be close to you and share a moment with you because of the person you were. And the personality everyone enjoyed. You will always be a walking angel to your family. Te amo mucho, tío. Y te quiero para siempre. Blessed be your memory, and I will always love you. We miss you.
Robert Andrew Spencer,
Mary Rubina Sperando,
Frank Spinelli,
William E. Spitz,
Joseph Patrick Spohr Jr.,
Klaus Johannes Sprockham,
Saranya Shernan,
Fitzroy St. Rose,
Michael F. Stable,
Lawrence T. Stack,
Timothy M. Stackpool,
Richard James Stadelberger,
Eric Adam Stallman,
Gregory Stike,
Alexandru LaRue Stan,
Karina Stan,
Mary Demencia Stanley,
Anthony Storita,
Jeffrey Stark,
Derek James Stetkevichus,
Patricia J. Stotts,
Craig William Staub,
William V. Steckman,
Eric Thomas Steen,
William R. Steiner,
Alexander Robbins Steinman,
Edna L. Stevens,
Andrew Sturgiopoulos,
Andrew J. Stern,
Norma Lang Stewerley,
Martha Jane Stevens,
Michael James Stewart,
Richard H. Stewart Jr.,
Sanford M. Stoller,
Douglas Joel Stone,
Lonnie J. Stout,
Jimmy Neville Story,
Timothy Stout,
Thomas Strada,
James J. Strain Jr.,
Edward W. Stroud,
George J. Strouch Jr.,
Edward Thomas Strauss,
Stephen R. Strauss,
Larry L. Strickland,
Stephen F. Strobert,
Waylon Wellington Stewart Jr.,
Benjamin Suarez,
David Scott Suarez,
Ramon Suarez,
Dino Xavier Suarez Ramirez,
Yoichi Sumiyama Sugiyama,
William Christopher Sugra,
Daniel Thomas Sewer,
David Mark Sullins,
Christopher P. Sullivan,
Hilario Serrano Sumoya Jr.,
Thomas G. Sullivan,
and my mother, Virginia Elizabeth Fox. Mommy, I asked God for 15 years to bring me back a piece of you. And then he brought this little girl into my life and made life a whole lot better for me. We love you, we miss you, we can't replace you, and we won't try, Mommy, but we're gonna do what you asked us to do.
James Joseph Suazo, and my beautiful aunt, Lucille Teresa King, and Local 1 International Union of Elevator Constructors brother and hero, Chuck Costello.
Say you love you, Grandma.
Love you, Grandma.
Colin M. Sapiski,
Robert Sutcliffe,
Celine Sutter,
Claudia Suzette Sutton,
John Francis Swain,
Christine M. Swearson,
Brian David Sweeney,
Brian Edward Sweeney,
Madeline Amy Sweeney,
Kenneth J. Swenson,
Thomas F. Swift,
Derek Ogilvy Sword,
Kevin Thomas Zozak,
Gina Steinberg,
Norbert P. Shavkowski,
Harry Tabak,
Joanne C. Tabak,
Norma C. Tadai,
Michael Tado Neo,
Kaishiro Takahashi,
Keishi Takashi,
Phyllis Gale Talbot,
Robert R. Tahami,
John Talignani,
Sean Patrick Tellon,
Paul Talty,
Morita Tam,
Rachel Tamares,
Hector Morgan Tamaya,
Michael Andrew Tamuccio,
Kemi Shario Tamkea,
Rondell Sherry Tankard,
Michael Anthony Tanner,
Dennis Gerard Taramina Jr.,
Kenneth Joseph Taranio,
Alan Tarasarich,
Michael C. Tarot,
Ronald Tartaro,
Deborah Chevalier Rella,
Darrell Anthony Taylor,
Deani Brooke Taylor,
Hilda E. Taylor,
Kip P. Taylor,
Leonard E. Taylor,
Larissa Salon Taylor,
Michael Morgan Taylor,
Sandra C. Taylor,
Sandra Dawn Teague,
Carl W. Tippee,
Paul A. Techtmeyer,
Yeshivant Morvar Tape,
Anthony Tempesta,
Dorothy Pearl Temple,
Stanley L. Temple,
David Gotaf Peter Tambran,
Brian John Terenzi,
Lisa Marie Terry,
Gumati Thakerdeen,
Hashad Sham Tatil,
Michael Theodoridis,
and my loving sister, Nicola Angela Thorpe. And for my youngest sweet sister, Nicola Angela Thorpe, we miss you. Your mother miss you, Valda Baines, and your sisters and your brothers also miss you. And you're missed from Jamaica, Spanish Town, and we migrated from Jamaica, and we all miss you from Kingston, Jamaica, and Spanish Town. Thank you.
and my handsome, crazy, fun big brother, Joseph John Hassan III. Joe, there are no words to express how much your family and friends love and miss you. The pain from your loss never ends. My heart breaks for all you've missed. Watching your handsome son grow, your incredible nieces and nephews, your devoted wife, your brothers, your family, your whole family. My heart breaks for all 3,000, almost 3,000 precious souls that were lost on that day. You should be here enjoying life and growing old with us. It goes without saying that we and all of us here will never forget, but the country and world must never forget, not only that day, but also the days, the weeks, the months after where we all came together. I'd love to see that again. And lastly, I know my brother would want me to give a big thank you to all the first responders, firemen, police officers, our military, for all they do. We owe them a world of gratitude and our utmost respect. They put their lives on the line trying to keep us safe every day. God bless you all. God bless America. And Joe, until we meet again, I'll love you forever. Thank you.
Thomas F. Thurkoff, Jr.
Leslie Ann Thomas.
Brian Thomas Thompson.
Clive Ian Thompson.
Glenn Thompson.
Nigel Bruce Thompson.
Perry A. Thompson.
Vanava Alexi Thompson.
William H. Thompson.
Eric Raymond Thorpe.
Nicola Angela Thorpe.
Tamara C. Thurman.
Sal Edward Thierry, Jr.
John Patrick Tierney.
Mary Ellen Tiesi.
William Randolph Tista.
Kenneth Tejan.
Stephen Edward Ty.
Scott Charles Timmis.
Michael E. Tinley.
Jennifer M. Tino.
Robert Frank Tipaldi.
John James Tipping II.
David Tirado.
Hector Luis Tirado, Jr.
Michelle Lee Titolo.
Alicia Nicole Titus.
John J. Tobin.
Richard J. Tedisco.
Otis V. Tolbert.
Vladimir Tomasevich.
Stephen Kevin Thompson.
Thomas Tong.
Doris Torres.
Luis Eduardo Torres.
Amy Elizabeth Toyin.
Christopher Michael Trena.
Daniel Patrick Trant.
Abdul Kareem Traore.
Glenn J. Travers Sr.
Walter Philip Travers.
Felicia Yvette Trailer Bass.
James Anthony Trentini.
Mary Barbara Trentini.
Lisa L. Tretola.
Karamo Baba Trera.
Michael Angel Trinidad.
Francis Joseph Trambino.
Gregory James Trost.
Willie Q. Troy.
William P. Slepis, Jr.
Janetta Valentinovna Soy.
Michael Patrick Tucker.
Lance Richard Tumulty.
Ching Ping Tung.
Simon James Turner.
Donald Joseph Tuzio.
Robert T. Twome.
Jennifer Lynn Temis.
John G. Yulthofer.
And my uncle, Bart Joseph Ruggieri. We live each day with your memory in our hearts, and although you cannot be here with us, your legacy continues to build through all those who are lucky enough to have shared a single moment with you. We love and miss you every day, and we will never forget.
And my uncle, Richard H. Stewart. Your family and friends love and miss you, and we live every day with your memory in our hearts.
Tyler Victor Ugalan.
Michael A. Uliano.
Jonathan J. Uman.
Anil Shivari Umakar.
Alan V. Upton.
Diane Marie Urban.
John Damian Focaccio.
Bradley Hodges Vadas.
William Valcarcel.
Felix Antonio Vale.
Ivan Vale.
Benito Valentin.
Santos Valentin Jr.
Carlton Francis Valvo II.
Pendiala Vamsakrishna.
Erica H. Van Acker.
Kenneth W. Van Auken.
R. Bruce Van Hine.
Daniel M. Van Leer.
Edward Raymond Vanacore.
John Charles Vander.
Frederick T. Varachi.
Gopala Krishnan Varadin.
David Vargas.
Scott C. Vassell.
Azael Ishmael Vasquez.
Ronald J. Vork.
Archangel Vasquez.
Santos Vasquez.
Peter Vega.
Sankara Sastry Velamori.
Jorge Velasquez.
Lawrence G. Velling.
Anthony Mark Ventura.
David Vera.
Loretta Ann Vero.
Christopher James Villalonga.
Matthew Gilbert Viana.
Robert Anthony Visciaro.
Celeste Torres Victoria. God bless her.
Joanna Vidal.
I got it. John T. Vigiano II.
Joseph Vincent Vigiano.
Frank J. Vignola Jr.
Joseph Barry Villardo.
Clarabelle Villalobos Hernandez.
Sergio Gabriel Villanova.
Chantal Vincelli.
Melissa Renee Vincent.
Francine Ann Vergiolo.
Lawrence Virgilio.
Joseph Gerard Diciano.
Joshua S. Vitale.
Maria Percoco Vola.
Lynette D. Vasquez.
Garo H. Voskarigian.
Alfred Anton Bukosa.
Gregory Kamal Bruno Wackler.
Karen J. Wagner.
Mary Alice Wallstrom.
And my sister Deborah Ann DiMartino. On September 11th, 2001, through a senseless act of terrorism, our loved ones were taken from us. My sister Deborah Ann DiMartino was a loving daughter, wife, mother of 2 beautiful daughters and sister. Debbie embraced life and immersed herself in her family and work. She was gentle, loving, and beautiful, just like the butterflies she admired. On October 2001, during the ceremony near Ground Zero, I held up a picture of my sister as high as I could so the world could see her beautiful face and with some hope of being found. As I held her picture on this cold day, a beautiful butterfly circled, landed on her picture, and then flew out of sight. We took this as a sign, a message from Debbie, letting us know that she was okay and would come to us when we needed her. Through the years when we were troubled, angry, sad, and heartbroken, a butterfly would appear. Is this coincidence or a true sign to comfort us? Looking out at familiar faces, feeling the pain we all possess. I hope that one day everyone can find a symbol of peace. We will never overcome September 11th. We will never forget. But we all must hold on to the memories we have and find peace.
That was great. And my brother, Barry Simowitz, Tower 2, 79th floor, Sky Lobby. Barry, we miss you and we love you and we think about you every day. God bless you. God bless all the victims. God bless our first responders. God bless the military. God bless America. God bless democracy. Thank you.
Honor Elizabeth Waino.
Gabriela Silvina Bosman.
Wendy Alice Rosario Wakeford.
Courtney Wainsworth Walcott.
Victor Wald.
Kenneth Waldy.
Benjamin James Walker.
Glenn Wall.
Mitchell Scott Wallace.
Peter Guider Wallace.
Robert Francis Wallace.
Matthew Blake
Jean-Marie Wallendorf.
John Wallace Jr.
Meta L. Waller.
Jim Walsh.
Barbara P. Walsh.
Ching Wing.
Jeffrey P. Walls.
Michael Becchiola.
Wee Bin Wang.
Timothy Ray Ward.
Stephen Gordon Ward.
Brian G. Warner.
James A. Waring.
Charles Waters.
Derek Christopher Washington.
Patrick J. Waters.
James Thomas Waters, Jr.
Michael Henry Wave.
Kenneth Thomas Watson.
Walter Edward Weaver.
Todd Christopher Weaver.
Dinah Webster.
Nathaniel Webb.
Joanne Flora Will.
William Michael Weems.
Stephen Weinberg.
Michael T. Weinberg.
Stephen George Weinstein.
Scott Jeffrey Weingard.
David M. Weiss.
Simon Weiser.
Chin Sun Pack Wells.
David Thomas Weiss.
Deborah Jacobs Walsh.
Vincent Michael Wells.
Christina Mans Rudolph Weimers.
Timothy Matthew Welty.
John Joseph Leckness.
Sue Hu Wen.
Peter M. West.
Ola D. Wengerchuk.
Meredith Lynn Whalen.
Whitfield West, Jr.
Adam S. White.
Eugene Michael Whalen.
James Patrick White.
Edward James White III.
And my brother Joey. Joe Calandrillo. Just a good man. I mean, always putting everybody before himself. And I know he's been watching me, miss my hook shot center court 8 out of 10 times lately. And I don't know where we go when we leave here, but if they have schoolyards, he'll pick me for his team anyway, even though I'm no good anymore. That's Joey. I mean, always doing something for somebody else. And, I didn't forget our last one-on-one in Plainview, and you owe me a rematch. finally got the damn ball away from you. And like an idiot, I ran to center court where they're great for teams, but playing against you, bonehead move. Took my shot, you waited, one jump, you had the ball, game over for me. I miss you, Joey, I really do. Well, eventually we'll get to the same place anyway. Oh, and somehow my Moses Malone ended up in your trunk and I want it back. Thanks. Talk to you soon. Bye.
And my uncle, John M. Poacher. I'm too young to have met the people whose names have been read this morning, including my uncle, but instead I get to meet the people who they touched during their lives, and those who continue to carry on their legacy. And the strength, courage, and perseverance that you all continue to show every day, every year when you come here, is truly inspiring to me.
John Sylvester White.
Kenneth Wilburn White, Jr.
Leonard Anthony White.
Melissa Y. White.
Maudlin A. White.
Sandra L. White.
Wayne White.
Leanne Marie Whiteside.
Mark P. Whitford.
Leslie A. Whittington.
Michael T. Holy.
Mary Lenz Wyman.
Jeffrey David Wiener.
William J. Wick.
Allison Marie Wildman.
Glenn E. Wilkinson.
Ernest M. Wilcher.
John Charles Willett.
Brian Patrick Williams.
Candace Lee Williams.
Crossley Richard Williams, Jr.
David J. Williams.
David Lucian Williams.
Debbie L. Williams.
Dwayne Williams.
Kevin Michael Williams.
Louis Anthony Williams.
Louis Calvin Williams III.
John P. Williamson.
Donna Ann Wilson.
William Eben Wilson.
David Harold Winton.
Glenn J. Winnock.
Thomas Francis Wise.
Alan L. Wisniewski.
Frank Paul Wisniewski.
Davis Wiswall.
Sigrid Charlotte Wilsey.
Michael R. Wittenstein.
Christopher W. Woodencheck.
Martin Phillips Woolforth.
Catherine Susan Wolf.
Jennifer Yen Wong.
Suchong Steve Wong.
Yin Ping Wong.
Yuk Ping Wong.
Brent James Woodall.
James John Woods.
Marvin Roger Woods.
Patrick J. Woods.
Richard Heron Woodwell.
David Terrence Woolley.
John Bentley Works.
Martin Michael Wortley.
Rodney James Watton.
William Wren, retired.
John W. Wright, Jr.
Neil Robin White.
Sandra Lee Wright.
Jupiter Yembin.
And my sister, Gabriella Sylvina Weissman. 22 years ago today, we lost my sister, Gabby. The phrase never forget has become synonymous with the day. I say always remember, because that is what my family and families who have lost a loved one on 9/11 do on a daily basis, not just on the anniversary of that day. We remember Gabby's smile, her laugh, her wit, her kind ways, her great sense of humor, her infamous April Fool's jokes, her love and understanding for all people of every walk of life, her willingness to help others always, and her inimitable way of living life in the moment. We also remember all of the responders and all of those brave people who have since passed as a result of 9/11 related illnesses, and also remember and are grateful to the members of our armed forces for fighting for our country to protect us all. We thank the 9/11 Memorial Foundation for making sure that the world too remembers and for keeping this important tradition alive. My hope is that today everyone takes at least one moment out of their busy lives to remember and reach out to those who have lost loved ones. It doesn't take the pain of the loss away. Unfortunately, nothing ever will, but it helps to know that others remember too.
And my cousin, firefighter Thomas Anthony Casoria. To his mother, Judy, father, Carlos, and son, also a firefighter, Carlos Jr., as well as my extended family in New York City. Your family in Chicago, where I'm from, shares your pain and pray for your healing. To all the persons that are in front of me and those that aren't unable to attend today, many of you I recognize as me standing in front a number of the years. My condolences to you as well. To those who have died and are suffering from cancers associated with being contaminated from substances from the debris, may you rest in peace, and may your doctors and faith heal your suffering. Thank you to the staff of the 911 Memorial, and in particular Ms. Hillman, in continuing this honored ceremony each year. Thank you to our elected officials who continue to attend our ceremony over the years for your support. A big thank you to Mayor Bloomberg for his support of the 911 Memorial Museum. Thank you to President Bush and Governor Pataki for your leadership during the most trying time our country has faced. And a special thanks to Mayor Rudy Giuliani for his extreme calm in the face of the worst disaster the USA has ever faced, and your attendance at my cousin's funeral on August 9th, 2002. It will always be remembered, and we will be grateful forever. Most of all, to the first responders who run in when everybody else runs out. May St. Florian and St. Michael protect you each and every day and keep you safe. And may God bless us all.
John D. Yamnicki, Sr.
Suresh Yanamadala.
Vicky Yancey.
Shuyin Yang.
Matthew David Yarnell.
Myrna Yaskulka.
Shakila Yasmin.
Olabisi Shadi Layeni Yi.
Kevin W. Yoakum.
Edward P. York.
Kevin Patrick York.
Raymond R. York.
Suzanne Martha Yeomans.
Barrington Leroy Young, Jr.
Donald MacArthur Young.
Edmund G. Young, Jr.
Jacqueline Young.
Lisa L. Young.
Elkin Ewan.
Joseph C. Zaccoli.
Adele Agabi Zakari.
Arkady Zaltzman.
Edwin J. Zambrana, Jr.
Robert Allen Zampieri.
Mark Zangrelli,
Christopher R. Zarba, Jr.,
Ira Zaslow,
Kenneth Albert Zellman,
Abraham J. Zalmanowitz,
Martin Morales Zempuel Tecatel,
Zhe Jing,
Mark Scott Zeppelin,
Ji Yao Justin Zhao,
Yuguang Zhang,
Evelyn Zimniski,
Michael Joseph Zinsi,
Charles Allen Zion,
Julie Lynn Zipper,
Salvatore J. Zizza,
Procopius Paul Zois,
Joseph J. Zucala,
Andrew Stephen Zucker,
Igor Zuckelman,
and my big brother, Andrew Ira Rosenblum. Andy, in the last 2 decades, your 2 young sons have grown to become exceptional grown men with families of their own. You have 2 grandsons right now, a 3rd grandchild on the way. Our family loves you. We miss you. We think of you every day. You will never be forgotten. God bless America.
and my husband, Bernard Petronico, 104th floor, Cantor Fitzgerald. We've learned how to live with it, but we've never gotten over it. We miss you. We love you every day.
I want to thank everyone here today, and especially the September 11th, the National September 11th Memorial and Museum, because I have the distinct honor of reading the names of those that might have been missed by other readers, but their names are never forgotten here, ever. So here we go. James William Barbarella, Lawrence Ira Beck, Carl John Biedigan, Jeremy Kaz Carrington, Christopher Michael Karstingen, Vivian Casalduk, Richard G. Cattarelli, Juan Armando Ceballos, Charles A. Droz III, Michael E. Esposito, Meredith Emily June Ewart, Catherine K. Fagan, Richard Peter Gabriel, Joseph F. Holland, Robert Allen Miller, Scott J. O'Brien, Dennis James O'Connor, Jr., Ada Rosario, Mark David Rothenberg, Patrick Sullivan, Gabriella Sylvina Wiseman, Roy Michael Wallace, and Matthew Blake Wallens. Thank you.
think? I'm pretty sure they put it in.